Chapter 2604. Li Daoyi was going all out. He used a secret technique to ignite the essence blood in his body. As his immortal blood burned, his battle prowess skyrocketed. Terrifying immortal runes appeared on his body. At that moment, he was like a supreme immortal who had appeared in the primal chaos. The primal chaos seemed to be filled with immortal music. Gu Zhong sensed the powerful ripples of power erupting from Li Daoyi's body. He was a bit shocked. The secret technique Li Daoyi was using was similar to the Heaven Ascension secret technique. Igniting his blood pushed Li Daoyi's power to the limit. "I'll send you on your way." Li Daoyi let out a roar of rage. He took a step forward, instantly arriving in front of Gu Zhong. He stretched out his hand, and countless immortal runes rushed out from his hand, transforming into rays of terrifying swordlight that cut apart the primal chaos of space. I should be the one saying that. Gu Zhong directly punched out. Brilliant golden light blossomed from his fist. It was as if a golden sun had appeared in the primal chaos. Under the bombardment of Gu Zhong's golden fist, the rays of light formed from the immortal runes were all shattered. The power of this punch was terrifying to the extreme. Li Daoyi was directly sent flying. He coughed up large mouthfuls of blood. The blood he coughed up ignited in the air and transformed into blood-colored flames. Then the flames rushed back into his body. The primordial Li clan's heavens, chosen, was completely enveloped in the blood-colored flames. He was using up his essence blood. Essence blood was a cultivator's life. Once his essence blood was used up, even a saint would die. The Heaven Ascension secret technique, Li Daoyi forcefully swallowed back the blood that had already rushed up his throat. This secret technique should have belonged to the Li clan. Back then, the Dao ancestor had come from the Li clan. However, due to various reasons, the Li clan had only obtained 1 or 2 of the 9 secrets of the immortal path created by the Dao ancestor. It was a huge regret that the Li clan didn't have the complete 9 esoterics of the immortal's Dao. For countless years, the Li clan had been trying to gather all 9 esoterics, but to no avail. After all, ever since the birth of the Supreme Dao Father, the primordial Li clan had always considered themselves to be an orthodox clan of immortal Dao. However, the Supreme Dao Father had never admitted to being a part of the Li clan. No one knew what had happened back then. No one knew what had happened between the Supreme Dao ancestor and the Li family. No one knew why the Supreme Dao ancestor had never returned to the Li family. That heavenly emperor, Zi Yang, seemed to know something. "You should be on your way." Gu Zhong strode forward, causing the entire chaotic void to tremble beneath his feet. At this moment, he was like the reincarnation of an ancient metal-type deity. Every single move he made contained a terrifying power that could destroy the heavens and earth. Rumble! A huge golden hand appeared in the chaotic void. Gu Zhong had unleashed the heaven shrouding hand. The hand covered the sky, trapping Li Daoyi within it. The heaven-shrouding hand's vast and mighty power sealed off this part of the void. Not even Li Daoyi could escape. His body felt as if it were being crushed by an ancient divine mountain, making it difficult for him to move. "Arg, I refuse to accept this." Li Daoyi howled madly. At the same time, before the golden hand could even touch him, his body exploded, turning into a bloody mist. His immortal blood burned madly, exploding with supreme power. A blood-colored flame, along with a tiny figure, broke through the sealing power of the heaven-shrouding hand and charged out. What? Gu Zhong had never imagined that Li Daoyi would be so decisive and ruthless. He had actually self-detonated his body, igniting all of his essence blood. The explosive power was so great that he had actually broken through the sealing power of the heaven-shrouding hand. His nascent spirit had escaped. Before Gu Zhong could react, the blood-colored light wrapped around Li Daoyi's nascent spirit. It broke through the chaotic void and charged out. "This is preposterous." Gu Zhong put away the heaven-shrouding hand and then broke through the chaotic void in pursuit. Whoosh! Under the gazes of countless cultivators, a beam of blood-colored light shot out of the chaotic void. It shot into the sky and landed on the Li family's divine boat. What? The Li family's heaven's pride was defeated? At this time, all the cultivators were shocked to the extreme. The Li family's heaven's pride had only managed to escape with his nascent spirit. Dowie, my son. On the Li family's divine boat, the black-bearded man saw the figure within the blood-colored light. He couldn't help but pale with fright. His son had been defeated. However, just as the black-bearded man was in shock, a golden sword light descended from the sky, directly destroying the figure within the blood-colored light. Roar! The black-bearded man roared madly at the sight of this. The son he was so proud of had been killed right in front of his eyes. His eyes were bloodshot. "I will kill you." The black-bearded man had gone insane. His son's death had driven him into a state of insanity. He didn't care about anything else. There was only one thought in his mind, and that was to avenge his son. "Humph, we still don't know who killed who." A disdainful voice rang out. At this time, a golden figure walked out from the chaotic void. This person was Gu Zhong. The Li family's heaven's pride was killed. Everyone was dumbfounded. This Gu Fei was simply too unscrupulous. He actually dared to kill the Li family's heaven's pride just like that. "He's pierced the sky," an expert of the older generation said. One should know that the Li family was an extremely ancient family. Legend has it that even the Taoist ancestor came from the Li family. "Rumble!" Thunder rumbled as the black-bearded man leaped down from the divine boat. His entire body was covered in lightning. With a wave of his hand, bolts of lightning shot towards Gu Zhong. Every bolt of lightning was as large as a mountain, emitting a terrifying amount of destructive energy. It was as if the heavens were punishing them. "Kill the young one, and here comes the old one." Gu Zhong raised his hand. The bolts of destructive lightning exploded and were blocked by him. The powerful lightning landed on his palm, but it didn't even budge. "Kill!" The black-bearded man lunged towards Gu Zhong. His son was his hope. Now that his son had died, his hope was gone. Third brother. Chapter 2605. Seeing his son killed, the black-bearded middle-aged man from the Li clan was infuriated to the extreme. He was on the verge of going crazy. He no longer cared about anything else and directly attacked Gu Zhong. Rumble! The power of lightning exploded. The black-bearded middle-aged man cultivated the lightning immortal art. It was as if an ancient god of lightning had descended. Blinding bolts of lightning descended from the sky, blotting out the sky and blasting towards Gu Zhong. In just an instant, Gu Zhong's figure was engulfed by the endless lightning. A terrifying aura of destruction spread out from the lightning. At this time, Heavenly Emperor Xiong and the others did not make a move. Given Gu Zhong's cultivation, the Li clan's expert could not hurt him at all. "Senior brother, the Li clan's people don't seem to be abiding by the rules. What should we do?" On top of the East Imperial City's city wall, Guling, who saw this scene, asked Qilong, who was beside him. This was supposed to be a battle between two young experts. If one died, then so be it. However, the older generation of the Li clan was attacking Gu Zhong. "Don't worry. Eldest senior brother will be able to handle it," Qilong said. He stared at the lightning in the sky and realized that his divine will could not penetrate the lightning. He could not sense the situation inside. "I've already killed the prodigies of the Li clan. Who do you think you are?" Gu Zhong's voice rang out from the sea of lightning. His tone was full of confidence. Everyone who was watching the battle was incomparably shocked. The Li clan's expert could not do anything to Gu Zhong. Gu Zhong's powerful aura burst out from the sea of lightning. Following that, the sea of lightning shook violently. A supreme metal elemental power erupted from the sea of lightning. Everyone saw rays of golden light rushing out from the sea of lightning. The terrifying power of thunder and lightning was directly destroyed by the golden divine light, and a figure was sent flying backward. Third brother, a cry of shock came from the Lee clan's divine Arkansas. Then a figure rushed down from the divine ark and caught the figure that was sent flying. Boom! At this time, a shocking power erupted from the divine Arkansas. This power directly surpassed the limits of the human realm. In the depths of the heavens, a thunderous sound could be heard. A bolt of purple lightning struck down from the heavens and struck the divine boat. Power of heaven's wrath. Everyone was given a big fright and hurriedly retreated into the distance, not wanting to be affected by heaven's wrath. After all, this sort of power could even kill saints. However, Heavenly Emperor Zeong and the other Saint Venerables soon sensed that the power of heavenly retribution that came crashing down from the depths of the sky didn't seem to be as powerful and terrifying as the legends made it out to be. The primordial leaf family's divine boat began to shake from the force of the heavenly wrath. However, a layer of divine light surged from the boat, protecting it from the force of the heavenly wrath. Seeing this, everyone was stunned. The power of heaven's wrath was actually unable to break through the protective celestial light of the leaf family's divine boat. How was this possible? For countless years, the impression that the power of heaven's wrath had given all cultivators was that it was indestructible. Even sages, holy venerables, and quasi-supremes could be killed by it. But now, the power of heaven's wrath couldn't even break through the protective light of the primordial leaf family's sky-soar godship. This was unbelievable. "Ha, we are free now." The black-bearded, middle-aged man laughed maniacally. Then, runes rushed out from his body and scattered in the void. A saintly aura that could cause all living beings to tremble erupted from the black-bearded, middle-aged man. He broke free from the young woman who was holding him and directly undid the seal on his body, recovering his saintly cultivation. His injured, saintly body healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. "Third brother, come back!" The black-bearded, middle-aged man charged at Guzhong. At the same time, he opened his mouth and spat out a divine sword. It was a divine sword in the shape of lightning. A formidable power of thunder and lightning erupted from the saint's sword. 9 saint-level Tao patterns appeared indistinctly on the body of the purple lightning immortal sword, attracting the supreme power of the sword Tao. Rumble! The power of heaven's wrath erupted in the sky. Bolts of purple lightning blasted down from the depths of the sky toward the black-bearded, middle-aged man. Every bolt of lightning was larger than a mountain, connecting the heavens and the earth. The power of heaven's wrath blasted the black-bearded, middle-aged man's body. This fellow who dared to challenge the power of heaven's wrath was immediately charred black. The fragrance of meat wafted out, as if he had been roasted by divine fire. Roar! The black-bearded, middle-aged man roared at the sky. Then he coughed up a mouthful of blood. Although he didn't die from the power of heaven's wrath, he suffered unimaginable damage. "Damned heavens, even you are bullying me?" The black-bearded, middle-aged man was so depressed that he coughed up a few more mouthfuls of blood. The violet lightning divine sword was also on the verge of collapsing under the bombardment of the power of heaven's wrath. The 9 saintly runes on it dimmed as if it had suffered a great impact. "Third brother!" Seeing the black-bearded, middle-aged man in such a sorry state, the young woman couldn't help but turn pale with fright. She had no choice but to retreat far away from the mighty power of heaven's wrath. The power of heaven's wrath has indeed weakened. Seeing that the black-bearded, middle-aged man didn't die from the power of heaven's wrath, all the beings at the saint level and above couldn't help but be moved. Everyone was incomparably excited. In the future, the power of heaven's wrath would probably completely disappear. Swoosh! At this moment, a figure fearlessly charged past the power of heaven's wrath. The black-bearded, middle-aged man's head flew up into the sky, and then a lightning-shaped divine spear nailed it into the void. Third brother. The young woman immediately let out a sorrowful howl when she saw this. She raised her right hand, and a dazzling divine light immediately pierced through the figure. It was an immortal rope. It directly transformed into a silver dragon that coiled around Guzhong. At this moment, Guzhong grabbed the violet lightning divine sword and directly swung it. A violet sword light immediately charged out and slashed at the silver dragon. The violet lightning divine sword was a saint artifact. When it slashed down, it actually cut the silver dragon that the immortal rope had transformed into two. The runes dissipated and turned back into a long rope. When the immortal rope was severed, the young woman's body instantly trembled and her face turned pale. This was the immortal artifact that she had refined. Naturally, she was also affected when it was destroyed. "Madman, don't be so arrogant." An old voice came from the Leaf family of the desolate antiquity. An old man appeared on the deck of the divine boat, and the supreme aura of the immortal Tao lingered around him. The aura of the divine Tao was vast and mighty in the 9 heavens. This old man was actually an extremely powerful great saint. The power of heaven's wrath bombarded down from the depths of the sky. However, the powerful immortal Tao that erupted from the old man's body could actually block the power of heaven's wrath, making it difficult for the power of heaven's wrath to approach him. At this moment, the thunder god spear that was nailed to the black-bearded, middle-aged man's head shook violently. The middle-aged man's head immediately exploded into a cloud of blood mist. The old man was instantly enraged when he saw this. This madman actually dared to kill one of his juniors in front of him. This was definitely a slap in the face. The old man was about to take action. However, at this moment, a divine thought instantly swept over from the opposite sky and directly locked onto him. What? The old man was shocked. It seemed like there was an expert no weaker than him in the East Royal City. It was your Leaf family who broke the rules first and was killed. You can only blame yourselves for not being skilled enough and not having enough cultivation. Guzhong stared at the old man on the deck of the Leaf family of the desolate antiquity and said calmly, "That's right. Can the Leaf family of the desolate antiquity not follow the rules?" Someone on the city wall of the East Royal City said loudly. The battle between Guzhong and Li Daoi was a duel. Life and death were determined by fate. According to the rules, the Leaf family of the desolate antiquity could not take revenge after the battle. If they were not satisfied, they could challenge Guzhong. It would not be like this, where the older generation jumped out and directly attacked Guzhong. Even though the world of cultivation was a world where the strong preyed on the weak, there were still unwritten rules. It was precisely because of these rules that the ancient desolate era's forces were able to coexist peacefully. Otherwise, the entire world of cultivation would be in chaos. Of course, there were plenty of people who broke the rules. However, it was rare to see someone break the rules of the cultivation world in broad daylight. On the Leaf family of the desolate antiquities divine ark, the old man's expression was extremely ugly. This time his side was in the wrong. The other side was in the right. Moreover, among the spectators, there were many powerful cultivators from various forces. Even the Leaf family of the desolate antiquity had to be cautious at this time. "Very well, let's go," the old man shouted. The young woman rushed back and landed behind the old man. She glared at Guzhong with gritted teeth, wanting to tear him to pieces to vent her anger. After the old man gave the order, the divine ark of the Leaf family of the desolate antiquity exploded with a dazzling divine light. Within the divine light, one could vaguely see a series of runes. Whoosh! In the next moment, the divine light flashed, and the divine ark of the Leaf family of the desolate antiquity disappeared before everyone's eyes, crossing through the void. Guzhong had achieved a complete victory. He had killed a genius from the Leaf family of the desolate antiquity. This result shocked all the other spectating geniuses, especially Zhou, she of the Zhou clan. He had been defeated by Li Daoi from the Leaf family of the desolate antiquity. Now, Li Daoi had died at Gu Zhong's hands. In the sky, the figure of the goddess of the Zhao clan was faintly discernible. Only now did she realize that Gu Zhong had been hiding his strength when he fought. The next time they met, she would be in trouble. After getting to know Gu Zhong again, the goddess of the Zhao clan was very cautious of him. The other geniuses also viewed Gu Zhong as their most dangerous opponent. They would not challenge him lightly. Chapter 2606. When the news of Gu Zhong killing the heaven's pride of the Li family spread, all the experts in the Tunglong continent were shocked to the extreme. One should know that the Li family was not an ordinary ancient clan. Those who knew the Li family's background all thought that Gu Zhong had gone crazy to kill a prodigy of the Li family and become enemies with them. However, some people had different opinions. After all, Li Daoi from the Li clan had been killed in a battle with Gu Zhong. If he was killed in a fair battle, then Li Daoi could only blame himself for not having enough cultivation. He deserved to be killed, and the Li family would have nothing to say about it. However, in the world of cultivation, fairness was determined by one's strength. All the rules were in the hands of the strong. The so-called rules had no restraints on the strong. However, this time, the Li family had suffered a great loss. 2 saint-level experts had died. This was a great loss even for the Li family. In particular, just before the power of the heavenly wrath was about to disappear, someone had killed 2 of their sage-level disciples. The primordial Li family would definitely not let this matter rest. There were more than 2 prodigies in the Li family. Li Daoi was not the strongest prodigy of the Li family. The strongest prodigy of the Li family was still in seclusion in the ancestral grounds of the Li family. The identity of the strongest prodigy of the Li family was very mysterious. No one had seen his face, but his cultivation was extremely powerful. He seemed to have broken through to the saint ruler realm. With this kind of cultivation, he could definitely sweep through the younger generation. When the news reached the ancestral grounds of the Li family, a furious roar rang out. An extremely powerful aura erupted from the depths of the ancestral grounds. At this time, everyone knew that the power of heavenly wrath had weakened to the point where even saints couldn't kill it. It could disappear at any time. This was definitely a huge matter for all the saint-level antiques. Beings at the saint level and above would no longer be bound by anything. They would no longer need to use secret techniques to suppress themselves. As a result, many beings at the saint level and above would appear. No one knew what would happen in the mortal world without the power of heavenly wrath. In the East Imperial City, the 3 saint sovereigns could no longer remain calm. With their cultivation, they could naturally sense that the power of heaven's wrath could no longer threaten them. However, even if they recovered their holy venerate cultivation, they still wouldn't be able to change anything. They would still be under Gu Fei's control and wouldn't be able to regain their freedom. Moreover, at this time, Gu Fei was in seclusion to break through to the Saint Venerable realm. Once he succeeded, he would become a Saint Venerable of the Martial Way. A Saint Venerable of the Martial Way was definitely the strongest Saint Venerable in the world. At this time, although there were layers of runes sealing the place where Gu Fei was in seclusion, there were still Tao sounds coming out from time to time. It was as if there was a supreme existence chanting sutras. Could he be the descendant of the martial ancestor? The unold demon child turned around and looked at where Gu Fei was cultivating in seclusion. He was very shocked. He knew that Gu Fei could definitely break through to the holy venerate realm. This was his intuition. Heavenly monarch Ziyang felt a little complicated. He was the disciple of the supreme Tao ancestor, but now he had become Gu Fei's subordinate. This was truly vexing. However, he was also very helpless because Gu Fei's cultivation was almost catching up to him. It would be very difficult to break free from his control. Meanwhile, Hierarch Southheaven was sitting in a pavilion in the East Royal City's city, Lord Manor. He was very calm, and no one knew what he was thinking. One of his servants had died in the hands of Gu Fei, but even so, he did not show any hostility toward Gu Fei. Hierarch South Heaven was very shrewd. Of course, none of the 3 saint venerates from the ocean were simple characters. Otherwise, they wouldn't have survived until now. After Gu Zhong killed Li Daoi, the genius of the Li clan of the desolate antiquity, the forces of the ocean were greatly encouraged, and their morale was greatly boosted. However, at this time, Gu Zhong chose to undergo the heavenly tribulation. This was not a small matter. One should know that the power of the heavenly tribulation had not completely disappeared. Undergoing the heavenly tribulation at this time would be very dangerous, and he would be threatened by both sides. Gu Zhong was very careful. He chose to undergo the heavenly tribulation in the mountains outside the East Royal City. He had asked heavenly monarch Ziyang to set up a holy venerate formation at the location of the heavenly tribulation. In this way, the power of the heavenly tribulation wouldn't cause too much damage to the area when they were undergoing the heavenly tribulation. One should know that the sage ruler tribulation was not simple. If he did not do this, the entire Eastern realm would be affected, not to mention the East Royal City. When the news of Gu Zhong undergoing the heavenly tribulation spread, the people of the Dongfang clan were extremely shocked. Gu Zhong was Gu Fei's disciple. The higher Gu Zhong's cultivation was, the more disadvantageous it would be for the Dongfang clan. In the Dongfang clan's ancestral ground, the new clan gathered the upper echelons of the Dongfang clan to discuss this matter. At this time, the upper echelons of the Dongfang clan had already been divided into 2 camps. One was for war, and the other was for peace. Among the people for war, Dongfang Yifeng's attitude was the most resolute. When he was fighting with Gu Zhong, he was suddenly rescued by Dongfang Xian. If not for Dongfang Xian, he would have died in the East Royal City. However, although Dongfang Xian was also in the camp for war, his view was very different from Dongfang Yifeng's. Gu Fei and his disciple were so powerful that he did not agree to be enemies with Gu Fei and his disciple. The camp for peace was led by the deposed clan leader of the Dongfang clan, Dongfang Qin. Dongfang Qin was the representative of the camp for peace. Their goal was actually very simple, and that was to make peace with Gu Fei and his disciple. This way, they could preserve the Dongfang clan and allow the Dongfang clan to continue to reproduce. Now that Gu Zhong was undergoing the heavenly tribulation, and it was the sage ruler tribulation, everyone in the Dongfang clan could not remain calm. The current clan leader of the Dongfang clan was called Dongfang Sheng. This Dongfang Sheng seniority was 1 generation higher than Dongfang Chen's, and he was an old member of the Dongfang clan. Dongfang Sheng had never imagined that he could become the clan leader of the Dongfang clan. In fact, the current ruler of the Dongfang clan was not the clan leader, nor was it the 2 great elders, but the ancestor, the Eastern Sky Tyrant Emperor, who had awakened from his deep sleep. However, with just a sentence from the Eastern Sky Tyrant Emperor, he, Dongfang Sheng, had become the clan leader of the Dongfang clan. In the Dongfang clan's discussion hall, the camp for peace and the camp for war began to quarrel. At this time, the Eastern Sky Tyrant Emperor was in seclusion, and there was no one to take charge of the overall situation. The 2 great elders stood guard outside the Eastern Sky Tyrant Emperor's seclusion, and did not ask about the Dongfang clan's affairs. Chapter 2607. It was not an easy task to kill Gu Zhong in secret. If the Eastern Sky Tyrant King acted personally, there might be a chance of success. However, with his status, the Eastern Sky Tyrant King would not stoop so low as to ambush a junior. Moreover, the Eastern Sky Tyrant King was cultivating in seclusion and could not spare any attention. While the Dongfang family was secretly making their moves, Gu Zhong was nervously preparing for his saint ruler, heavenly tribulation. Not only did he invite heavenly Emperor Ziyang, but he also invited the unaging demon child and hierarch, Southern Heaven. He was not simply going through the tribulation. He had other plans. Because Gu Zhong was Gu Fei's first disciple, the 3 holy venerables did not reject Gu Zhong's invitation and agreed to help. 3 days later, in the morning, Gu Zhong left the East Imperial Kingdom and entered the depths of the mountains. It was a valley, and the entire valley was enveloped by a Saint Venerable level formation. Gu Zhong sat on a large rock in the middle of the valley and began to adjust his state of mind to the best. After all, it was the Saint Ruler Heavenly Tribulation. It was impossible to say that Gu Zhong was not nervous. After all, he was about to face a double test. Not only did he have to face the tribulation, but he also had to deal with the power of heaven's punishment. When others went through the tribulation, they paid particular attention to avoiding the difficult part, but Gu Zhong was different. He knew that the tribulation was dangerous, but he still had to face it head-on. At this time, almost all the experts in the East Imperial Kingdom had arrived. The iron-blood Taoist had long brought the 13 bandits to the vicinity of the valley. They occupied a mountain peak and waited to watch Gu Zhong go through the tribulation. The experts of the 3 overseas continents had also arrived. On the mountain peaks around the valley, figures flashed. There were definitely many people who had come. After all, there were definitely many saint-level living beings in the 3 overseas continents. The aura of the saint level filled the air. It was unknown how many saint-level living beings had come, and there were even more living beings below the saint level. Guling and Red Dragon had also come, and they stood together with the 13 bandits. The arrival of the little princess of Gu Fei immediately attracted countless gazes. If one could gain her favor, it would be like ascending to the heavens in a single step. However, everyone who had feelings for Guling would be disappointed. Guling's thoughts were all on cultivation, and she had not thought about the matters between a man and a woman at all. Senior brother, don't you think it's too risky for eldest senior brother to undergo the tribulation at this time? On the summit, Guling said to Red Dragon beside him. She was also well aware of the dangers of transcending the tribulation at a time like this. Although the power of the heavenly wrath had weakened to the point where sages could withstand it, it was still a great threat. Back then, when the Li family of the ancients broke the seal, he was almost burnt to a crisp by the power of heaven's wrath. Eldest senior brother should have his own plans. Red Dragon pondered for a moment and said, Gu Zhong wasn't an impulsive person. If he wasn't confident, he definitely wouldn't choose to undergo the tribulation at this time. Rumble! More than 2 hours later, thunder began to rumble in the sky. The originally clear and boundless sky quickly darkened. Winds and clouds gathered in the sky, and tribulation clouds began to appear. A terrifying destructive power quickly condensed, and dazzling bolts of lightning continuously appeared. Wherever the lightning passed, it tore through the void, creating a lightning-shaped spatial crack. The Sage King tribulation is indeed terrifying. Everyone sensed the destructive aura descending from the sky, and they couldn't help but be moved. This was the power of heaven and earth, and it could intimidate all living beings. Gu Zhong released his own aura and triggered the Sage King tribulation. The tribulation clouds quickly gathered, and the entire sky darkened as if night had suddenly descended. In the mountains, everyone felt a great pressure. The tribulation didn't erupt immediately, and the power of the tribulation was still condensing. Incomparably powerful figures vaguely appeared in the tribulation clouds. They were figures condensed from the power of thunder and lightning. At this time, Guling and the others suddenly realized that the 3 Saint Venerables didn't appear. This seemed a little unreasonable. How could the 3 Saint Venerables not appear when Gu Zhong was undergoing the tribulation? Something's wrong. Guling sensed something sensitively. The power of the mark of the heavenly way has been activated so quickly? A sage level being exclaimed with extreme shock. It was definitely not an easy thing for beings above the sage level to undergo the tribulation, because the mark of the heavenly way was definitely not easy to deal with. It was the mark of the great path left behind by the former. In fact, the mark of the heavenly way had a region. Gu Zhong was undergoing the tribulation in the East region, so the mark of the Great Path that he activated was the mark of the Great Path left behind by the sages in the East region when they were undergoing the Sage King tribulation. Since ancient times, countless Sage Kings had appeared in the East region. It seemed a little difficult for Gu Zhong to defeat the mark of the Great Path left behind by those people. It should be known that the East region had once produced the invincible Eastern Emperor, and now there was the Eastern Sky Overlord. Swoosh! An hour later, a dazzling bolt of lightning broke through the tribulation clouds and rushed out. Then the bolt of lightning didn't disappear. Instead, it turned into a humanoid creature and directly pounced into the valley below. Seeing the scene, everyone was stunned. A humanoid lightning actually appeared right from the start. Was it going to kill Gu Zhong? Guling stared at the valley in front of her, but she couldn't see anything. There was the power of the Great Path enveloping the entire valley in front of her. Even a practitioner who had cultivated the divine eyes would find it difficult to see into the valley. Everyone was extremely nervous, but they were also extremely curious. Rumble, the entire valley shook. Clearly, Gu Zhong had already started fighting with the humanoid lightning, causing powerful energy fluctuations to spread out from the valley. On the ground and in the void around the valley, there were faintly discernible runes. The power of the holy Venerable level formation had been activated, and the power of the formation offset the powerful destructive power that spread out from the valley. If not for the holy Venerable level formation sealing the entire valley would have been destroyed when the heavenly tribulation erupted. In the valley, Gu Zhong and the humanoid lightning were fighting fiercely. Kill! Gu Zhong's blood was boiling. He directly punched out and the void shattered. The humanoid lightning was directly forced back. Buzz! Gu Zhong separated his hands, and a golden divine sword immediately appeared in front of him. It emitted a cold and powerful sword chi. Go! Gu Zhong waved his right hand, and the golden divine sword immediately turned into a dazzling golden light. It broke through the void and slashed towards the humanoid lightning. He attacked with all his strength, not holding anything back. He knew that he had to get rid of the figure formed by the lightning in the shortest time possible. Swoosh! Chapter 2608. Gu Zhong was extremely powerful. Even in the face of the human-shaped lightning formed by the imprint of the Great Way, he was not afraid at all. He directly slashed the human-shaped lightning with his sword. The human-shaped lightning directly collapsed and turned into a seal that shot into the sky. It returned to the way of heaven and disappeared into the depths of the sky. Just S.O. Gu Zhong raised his head and stared at the tribulation clouds in the sky. A powerful and invincible aura exploded from his body. Rumble! As if responding to Gu Zhong, the tribulation clouds in the sky produced a deafening sound of thunder. Dazzling lightning bloomed in the tribulation clouds. An even more powerful destructive force was rapidly condensing. A powerful figure appeared in the tribulation clouds, emitting a terrifying aura that dominated the world. This aura, Gu Zhong could not help but be shocked when he sensed the aura of the figure above the tribulation clouds. It was a familiar aura that was unimaginably overbearing. Only the Eastern Sky Overlord could have such an aura. In the entire Eastern region, even the Eastern Emperor did not have such an overbearing aura in the past. What's going on? At the moment when the figure in the tribulation clouds appeared, in the depths of the Dongfang family's ancestral land, a figure surrounded by chaotic qi seemed to have awakened from a long slumber. Two incomparably sharp eyes broke through the chaotic qi and shot out. An extremely powerful aura exploded from the figure. My seal has been activated. A voice came from the chaotic qi. The gaze that came from the chaotic qi seemed to see through the endless void and saw the figure in the tribulation clouds in the sky above the mountain. Someone is undergoing a tribulation, and it's a saint ruler tribulation. The figure in the chaotic qi muttered to himself. Then, The overbearing aura that erupted from the Dongfang family's ancestral land retreated like the tide. It was completely restrained, as if it had never appeared before. Old ancestor, this is... Everyone in the Dongfang family's ancestral land was shocked. That overbearing aura was too terrifying. It suppressed everyone to the point that they could hardly breathe. When the aura dissipated, the experts in the Dongfang family's ancestral land heaved a sigh of relief. The Eastern Sky Tyrant King did not appear and continued to cultivate in the Dongfang family's ancestral land. He did not pay attention to the person who was attracting the Saint King's heavenly tribulation outside. This was the confidence of the Eastern Sky Tyrant King. Even if the person who attracted the Saint King heavenly tribulation successfully crossed the tribulation and became a Saint King, to the Eastern Sky Tyrant King, there would not be any threat. However, not everyone could remain calm in the face of Gu Zhong's tribulation. The other members of the Dongfang family began to feel restless. In particular, Dongfang Yifeng and the other members of the pro-war faction wished for nothing more than to kill their way out of the ancestral land and kill Gu Zhong. However, this was a very special time. The Dongfang family and Gu Fei master and disciple had temporarily stopped fighting. No one dared to break this situation, especially the Dongfang family. Because of the temporary ceasefire, the Dongfang family had a chance to catch their breath. Once the Dongfang family breaks this stalemate, Gu Fei and his disciple would no longer have any reservations and could openly attack the Dongfang family. Dongfang Sheng and others were speeding up their preparations. They wanted to secretly interfere with Gu Zhong's tribulation and let Gu Zhong die under the Saint King's heavenly tribulation. However, they could not let Gu Fei get hold of them. At this time, in Gu Fei's seclusion place, a rune was lingering. It was the quasi-supreme Tao pattern that originated from the quasi-supreme sea beast. The quasi-supreme Tao had penetrated deep into the bone marrow and integrated into his life. The flesh of the sea beast contained the Tao power of the sea beast. This Tao power turned into a Tao pattern and was sacrificially refined by Gu Fei. Observing the quasi-supreme Tao pattern and comprehending his own Tao, Gu Fei had a great harvest. The aura on his body was gradually changing, and the shackles of cultivation seemed to have loosened. It was not an easy thing to break through from the great saint, great mastery realm to the Saint Venerable realm. It was impossible to break through just by observing the quasi-supreme Tao pattern once. Moreover, the Tao pattern contained in the flesh of the sea beast was not complete. When Gu Fei felt that there was no gain from continuing to observe the quasi-supreme Tao pattern, he stopped. The countless runes lingering around him immediately dissipated, turned into a pure essence, and then submerged into his body. Hey, this aura! When Gu Fei opened the great array of the seclusion place, a domineering aura immediately came in from the outside. Could it be? Gu Fei's heart trembled. He quickly took a step and instantly came to the sky above the East Imperial City. He thought that the Tyrant King of the East Sky had arrived, but it did not seem to be the case. He looked in the direction of the domineering aura and saw that the sky above the mountain was dark and flashes of lightning flashed from the black clouds. In the black clouds, there was a terrifying destructive power, and the domineering aura came from the black clouds. You're out of seclusion. At this time, a figure rushed out from the city, Lord's mansion below, and came to the side of Gu Fei. This person was dressed in white, and it was Yen Er. Yes, what happened? I sensed the aura of the Tyrant King of the East Sky. Gu Fei said doubtfully. It seemed to be the power of the heavens' retribution, and not the real Tyrant King of the East Sky. He thought of a possibility. It's your disciple Gu Zhong who is going through the heavens' retribution. Yan Er explained. What? Gu Fei couldn't help but be shocked. Gu Zhong was going through the heavens' retribution at this time? It should be known that the power of the heavens' retribution still existed. Wasn't it courting death to go through the retribution now? You've been in seclusion all this time, so you still don't know. The power of the heavens' retribution has weakened to the extent that even a sage can't kill it. Yanner glanced at Gu Fei and said, "This." Gu Fei looked at Yanner in shock and then said, "What you said is true." The power of the heavens' retribution had actually weakened to this extent. In that case, wouldn't those sage kings and saint venerables be unafraid of the power of the heavens' retribution? At the thought of this, Gu Fei couldn't help but be shocked. The real great era was coming. A great era without the participation of sages was not a real great era. Once the power of the heavens' retribution disappeared, the sages would no longer be restrained, and the 3 realms and 6 Daos would be lively. "Do you think I would lie to you?" Yan said unhappily. This, seeing that Yan was unhappy, Gu Fei couldn't help but panic. "You idiot." When Yan saw Gu Fei's expression, she couldn't help but laugh. "Let's go take a look." As Gu Fei said this, he directly rushed out of the East Royal City, and together with Yan they entered the mountains outside the East Royal City. Chapter 2609. The arrival of Gu Fei and Yan was unexpected. It should be known that Gu Fei was in seclusion. No one thought that Gu Fei would appear at this time. Had he already broken through to the Saint Venerable realm? It didn't seem like it. If he had broken through to the Saint Venerable realm, the heavenly tribulation would have come long ago. Oh no! The people of the Dongfang family who were secretly watching could not help but be shocked when they saw Gu Fei appear. They were secretly moving to interfere with Gu Zhong's tribulation. Gu Fei's appearance was definitely a variable that the upper echelons of the Dongfang family did not expect. Rumble! The dark tribulation clouds in the sky were already pressing down. Huge lightning bloomed in the tribulation clouds, tearing the void between heaven and earth. A destructive aura filled every inch of space between heaven and earth. Everyone felt a great pressure. Those with weak cultivation had already retreated far away. Only the strong could stand close to watch Gu Zhong's tribulation. At this time, Gu Fei and Yan came to a mountain outside the valley. Gu Ling, the iron-blood Taoist, Red Dragon, and the others all stood behind Gu Fei and Yan. "Your eldest disciple is amazing. He actually triggered the great path imprint of the Eastern Sky Tyrant." Yan was already a Saint King. Her vision was naturally unique. The figure in the tribulation clouds emitted a domineering power. Only an overlord of the Eastern region could have such power. In the Eastern region, since ancient times, there was only one person who could be called an overlord, and that was the Eastern Sky Tyrant. When Gu Fei saw this, he could not help but frown. The great path imprint left by the Eastern Sky Tyrant was not easy to deal with. It should be known that this was an overlord, and he was extremely powerful. Anyone who succeeded in passing the tribulation would leave a great path imprint on the heavenly path. What Gu Zhong was facing now was the great path imprint left by the Eastern Sky Tyrant when he passed the Saint King tribulation. The power of the great path imprint could not be at the Saint King level. Otherwise, no one could pass the tribulation in the Eastern region successfully. It should be known that in front of the power of a true Saint King, saints could only despair. Gu Zhong's cultivation had already broken through the economic shackles of a saint, but he was still not a true Saint King, and the strength of the Eastern Sky Tyrant Emperor's great Tao imprint was equivalent to his. As long as he defeated the great Tao imprint of the Eastern Sky Tyrant Emperor, Gu Zhong would have hope of becoming a Saint King. Kill! At this moment, Gu Zhong, who was in the valley, suddenly roared in anger. He directly rushed into the tribulation clouds and attacked the domineering figure. Everyone was stunned when they saw this scene. Has this Gu Zhong gone mad? He actually charged into the tribulation clouds by himself. Is he courting death? Boom! An earth-shattering battle broke out within the tribulation clouds. The tyrant's divine might was unparalleled, displaying a powerful combat strength that caused others to feel despair. If it was an ordinary person, they would have already given up all hope. However, Gu Zhong was not an ordinary person. He was a martial artist, a natural-born warrior. The stronger he met, the stronger he became. The great path imprint of the Overlord was the opponent he desired the most. Gu Zhong displayed the metal element fist as soon as he appeared. The power of the metal element was vast and mighty. Every time he punched out, it would shatter the void of the world. He fought with the figure of the Overlord endlessly. However, what surprised Gu Zhong was that the figure of the Overlord also displayed a fist technique. It was an extremely tyrannical fist technique, the legendary Overlord Fist. Gu Zhong thought of some legends in the Eastern domain. The Overlord Fist was a kind of combat skill created by the Eastern Sky Tyrant Emperor. The Eastern Sky Tyrant Emperor cultivated the tyrant body. Boom! Bam! The two figures moved rapidly within the tribulation clouds, constantly clashing. The powerful force shattered the void, and even part of the tribulation clouds was scattered. Is this the power of a saint-level martial body? At this time, only the saint level and above could see the battle between Gu Zhong and the human-shaped lightning. Those below the saint level, even the quasi-saints, couldn't see the tribulation clouds. The combat strength displayed by Gu Zhong made those old antiques in the Eastern domain drop their jaws. One must know that the Eastern Sky Tyrant Emperor was the most outstanding person in the Eastern domain after the Eastern Empress. In the past, the Eastern Sky Tyrant Emperor was an invincible existence in the Eastern domain. Even now, the Eastern Sky Tyrant Emperor was still invincible in the eyes of these old antiques. The fact that Gu Zhong could fight endlessly with the seal left by the Eastern Sky Tyrant Emperor on the way of the heavens really shocked the old antiques in the Eastern domain to the extreme. In particular, the ancient sages who were on good terms with the Dongfang family felt even more complicated. No wonder Gu Fei and his disciple dared to challenge the Dongfang family. It wasn't without reason. At this time, the ancient sages of the Zhao family of the desolate antiquity also had a new understanding of Gu Zhong. At this time, the geniuses of all the major regions of the Tonglong continent had gathered in the Eastern domain. Gu Zhong was going through the tribulation, so these geniuses naturally came to watch. No wonder he could kill Li Daoi. He really has some ability. Some geniuses muttered to themselves. Above the clouds in the distant sky stood a veiled woman. She was watching Gu Zhong go through the tribulation with all her attention. Her exposed eyes revealed a look of concern. The Zhao family's goddess had also come. This former opponent was actually going through the tribulation of a saint king. The next time they met, he was afraid that he would no longer be her opponent. Among the geniuses of the younger generation, there seemed to be no one who had broken through to the Saint King realm. Of course, this was not absolute. Some geniuses might be hiding their strength. The Zhao family's goddess cultivation had also reached the Saint King realm. However, she did not go through the tribulation because she was not ready. Not everyone dared to go through the tribulation while the power of heaven's wrath was still present. It should be known that the power of heaven's wrath and the power of heaven's wrath were superimposed together. This was not something that ordinary sages could withstand. At this time, Gu Zhong was sent flying by a punch from the human-shaped lightning. In the end, the battle power of the Eastern Sky Tyrant Emperor's seal was still a notch higher. Gu Zhong fought with it for more than 1,000 rounds before he was finally hit by the opponent's punch. A trace of blood seeped out of the corner of Gu Zhong's mouth. He stretched out his hand to wipe it away. Although he had been sent flying by the human-shaped lightning, his battle intent had become even stronger. Die! Gu Zhong roared angrily and rushed forward again. At this time he had no way out. If he did not send the human-shaped lightning back to the heavenly path, then he would be killed by it. However, after a few hundred rounds, Gu Zhong was once again sent flying by the human-shaped lightning. He kept coughing up blood. However, he had cultivated the 9 secrets of the immortal path and had mastered the secret art of ascension. using the secret art of ascension. His injuries rapidly healed. In an instant, he was full of fighting spirit again. Chapter 26:10. Although Gu Zhong was at a disadvantage in the battle against the Eastern Sky Tyrant King's great path imprint, his fighting spirit was strong. He was pushed back again and again, but he came back again and again. In the end, he did not even use the 9 secrets of the immortal way, and fought against the Eastern Sky Tyrant King with his own martial power. The saint-level martial body was extremely powerful, and its recovery ability was amazing. Even if Gu Zhong was injured by the Eastern Sky Tyrant King's great path imprint, he would recover instantly. This was the advantage of a martial physique. Gu Zhong's martial physique had been cultivated to the level of golden indestructible. The recovery speed of such a martial physique was comparable to the Ascension secret art, one of the 9 secrets of the immortal path. At Gu Zhong's level of cultivation, he could be reborn from a drop of blood. Kill. Gu Zhong became more and more courageous as he fought. An extremely powerful power rippled from his body, and the vigorous blood in his body surged, producing the sound of wind and thunder. His cultivation had already broken through the sage realm, and the Eastern Sky Tyrant King's great path imprint was a test for him. The great path imprint transformed into a human-shaped lightning, and there was Tao lingering around it. To a certain extent, Gu Zhong's battle with the human-shaped lightning was actually observing the Tao of others and comprehending his own Tao. If he could comprehend it, he could successfully pass the Sage King's heavenly tribulation. Bang! The human-shaped lightning punched out, and Gu Zhong was sent flying again. This time, a fist mark was left on Gu Zhong's chest, and the fist mark was surrounded by lightning. Roar! Gu Zhong roared to the sky, and the power of metal erupted from his body, immediately forcing out the power of lightning that had entered his body. The fist mark on his chest gradually disappeared. Again, Gu Zhong roared, and with the desolate steps he rushed forward. A pair of golden fists emitted a dazzling golden light, causing the void to tremble. Bang! Boom! 2 figures moved quickly in the tribulation clouds, and the violent power was wreaking havoc. The tribulation clouds that covered half of the sky rolled violently, and lightning with a terrible aura of destruction bloomed. This was the Sage King's heavenly tribulation. Every lightning was extremely powerful and could easily kill a sage. However, these lightning bolts struck Gu Zhong's body like scratching an itch and posed no threat to him. The real threat to Gu Zhong from the sage ruler heavenly tribulation was the Tao seal left by the predecessors in the heavenly Tao. Gu Zhong and the Eastern Sky Tyrant Emperor's Taoist seal fought for half an hour. At this time, a destructive aura that was even more terrifying than the heavenly tribulation descended from the depths of the blue dome of heaven. The power of heaven's wrath is about to be activated. Gu Fei, who was watching the battle from a mountain peak in the distance, sensed the changes in the depths of the sky. He looked up into the sky, and his expression became solemn. The power of heavenly wrath was different from heavenly tribulation. Although the power of heavenly wrath had weakened to the point where even sages could not kill it, it still could not be underestimated. At this time, Gu Zhong also felt the threat of heaven's wrath. This was a double test. For Gu Zhong, this was no longer a simple tribulation. This guy is still as conceited as ever. In the distant sky, the veiled woman muttered to herself. She seemed to understand Gu Zhong very well. Humph! Heavenly tribulation and heavenly wrath. This guy is courting death. An expert from the eastern region said this. Many people did not think that Gu Zhong would succeed. It must be known that, under the influence of heavenly wrath, if Gu Zhong could still successfully pass the tribulation, it would truly be heaven-defying. When the spies of the Dongfang family saw this scene, they naturally hoped that Gu Zhong would die under the heavenly tribulation. This way, it would save the Dongfang family a lot of trouble. Come, all of you, come. Gu Zhong roared as if he had gone mad. His long hair danced wildly, and his eyes were as sharp as lightning. The sound of metal clanging did not stop, and rays of golden sword shadows appeared around his body. Kill! Gu Zhong waved his hands, and the countless golden sword shadows around him immediately soared into the sky, slashing at the human-shaped lightning in front of him. Sword chi crisscrossed. Each of the golden sword lights displayed great power. However, the Eastern Sky Tyrant Emperor's seal was also very powerful. The human-shaped lightning separated its hands, and the power of lightning in the tribulation clouds rapidly gathered towards the human-shaped lightning. Rays of lightning-shaped sword light condensed in the void, and then, under the control of the human-shaped lightning, they met the golden sword light that was slashing down. The two sword lights collided with each other in an instant, resulting in a destructive shock wave. Countless sword lights collapsed in an instant. The two sword lights collided head-on. Die for me! Gu Zhong was extremely powerful. He directly rushed through the vast and mighty power of destruction, and his fist landed on the human-shaped lightning. Although the human-shaped lightning was powerful, it was still formed by the seal and not its real body. When Gu Zhong's fist landed on the human-shaped lightning, the patterns on the human-shaped lightning flickered. The Tao patterns on the human-shaped lightning flickered, and it was almost shattered by Gu Zhong's punch. Rumble! At the same time, a destructive lightning bombarded from the depths of the sky, directly hitting Gu Zhong's body. Gu Zhong felt numb all over, and his hair immediately stood up. His body was smoking, and he fell to the ground. The lightning in the tribulation clouds could not pose any threat to Gu Zhong, but the power of heaven's wrath was different. Although it had weakened to the extent that it could kill an undying saint, it was still a different story. Although it had weakened to the extent that it could kill an undying saint, the moment Gu Zhong was hit by the power of heaven's wrath, he felt as though his spiritual soul was about to leave his body. However, Gu Zhong's spiritual soul was extremely powerful. Although his spiritual soul was shaken by the power of heaven's wrath, it did not really affect him. Under everyone's gaze, Gu Zhong fell into the valley below. The human-shaped lightning formed by the Eastern Sky Tyrant Emperor's seal pounced out of the tribulation clouds and directly plunged into the valley below. Preposterous! Gu Zhong's angry roar came from the valley. Obviously, he was in big trouble. The people around the valley who were watching Gu Zhong's tribulation were terrified. The heavenly tribulation and heaven's wrath had descended at the same time. This was the rhythm of killing a genius. Father, eldest senior brother, on the top of the mountain, Gu Ling said to Gu Fei. She did not want anything to happen to Gu Zhong. Don't worry, he will be fine, Gu Fei said. He knew that although Gu Zhong seemed to be in danger, everything was still under his control and nothing had changed. Why is he doing this? Gu Fei felt a little strange. At this time, he had already noticed that the three saints had not appeared. He vaguely guessed what was going on. Rumble, the destructive lightning formed by the power of heaven's wrath, bombarded down from the depths of the sky. In the valley, Gu Zhong's aura was constantly weakening. Haha, Gu Zhong is dead. The experts of the Eastern family, who were hiding in the dark, were overjoyed. The people who were secretly manipulating Gu Zhong still did not stop. Boom! Suddenly, a loud sound rang out. The earth quaked and the mountains shook. The valley Gu Zhong was in collapse. A huge flame rushed out from the ground, burning everything in its path. At this time, an extremely powerful aura suddenly appeared in the distance. It was a purple-robed man. He stretched out his hand, and a figure rushed out from the depths of the mountain, flying towards his hand. You dare to play tricks in the dark? Die! The purple-robed man shook his hand, and that person was instantly turned into a mist of blood. He had directly and thoroughly killed that person. The spies of the Eastern family who were hiding in the dark were shocked and furious. The person that was killed by the purple-robed man was an expert of the Eastern family. Haha, the fox has finally revealed its tail. Gu Zhong's hearty laughter rang out from the collapsed valley. At this time his blood and qi were still as vigorous as a primordial true dragon. What? Wasn't he about to collapse? What's going on? The spies of the Eastern family were dumbfounded. They had triggered the earth fire in order to disturb Gu Zhong's tribulation. However, the mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. When the experts of the Eastern family made their move, they had no idea that they had been targeted. Thus, the experts of the Eastern family met a tragic end. Heavenly Emperor Ziyang took action and killed an expert of the Eastern family, while Hierarch South Heaven and the unaging demon child each captured an expert of the Eastern family. Without any hesitation, they directly killed the two experts. When the news reached the ancestral land of the Eastern family, the current patriarch of the Eastern family, Dongfangsheng, was extremely furious and depressed. The Eastern family could only suffer in silence. They would never admit that the people killed by the three heavenly sovereigns were from the Eastern family. One had to know that once they admitted it, the consequences would be unimaginable. In fact, Gu Zhong and the others had been waiting for the people of the Eastern family to make their move. Once the people of the Eastern family made their move, they would have nothing to worry about. However, Gu Zhong didn't expect the experts of the Eastern family to trigger the earth fire, causing the mountain to be engulfed in flames. Gu Zhong was still fighting against the human-shaped lightning, and at the same time he had to resist the power of heaven's wrath. His fighting spirit was unyielding. Even if his clothes were stained with blood, he wouldn't give up. At this moment, everyone was stunned by the sudden change. The earth fire was unleashed, causing a pillar of fire to soar into the sky. It was over 1,000 zhang tall. Even the tribulation clouds in the sky were blasted open by this pillar of fire. There's something strange going on. Gu Fei calmly watched the scene. At this moment, the three heavenly sovereigns stopped in the sky. Their heavenly sovereigns' auras were mighty, causing everyone's mind to tremble. The powerful pressure made it hard for everyone to breathe. After killing those who wanted to deal with him in the dark, Gu Zhong no longer had any scruples. He began to focus on his tribulation. It's time. Gu Zhong let out a furious roar and displayed his strongest power, forcing the human-shaped lightning to retreat. Kill. Chapter 2611. Gu Zhong had created a martial arts technique that allowed him to transform his body into a sword, and even transform into various divine weapons to attack his enemies. His body transformed into a sword, and he directly split the Eastern Sky Tyrant King's heavenly Tao imprint into two halves, displaying an incomparably powerful might. However, what shocked Gu Zhong was that the humanoid lightning did not dissipate, and the great Tao imprint did not return to the heavenly Tao. Instead, it once again joined together. Rumble. Within the tribulation clouds, the power of the heavenly tribulation was vast and mighty, and the destructive power of thunder frantically gathered towards the humanoid lightning. In just an instant, the humanoid lightning completely recovered. Seeing this, Gu Zhong was secretly shocked. This great Tao imprint was different from others. It was the first time he had encountered such a thing. Before this, all the humanoid lightning that was slashed would return to the heavenly Tao. However, the Eastern Sky Tyrant King's Tao imprint seemed to be very different. It had an unyielding fighting spirit, and it was extremely overbearing. Even if it was slashed, it was not willing to return to the heavenly Tao. The Eastern Sky Tyrant King is indeed overbearing, worthy of his name. On a distant mountain top, Gu Fei could not help but secretly nod when he saw this scene. The great Tao imprint left by the Eastern Sky Tyrant King was overbearing to such an extent it was really hard to imagine. Boom! Millions of lightning bolts appeared, and entire tribulation clouds shook violently. Dazzling lightning bolts directly broke through the tribulation clouds and rushed out, illuminating the dusky world. The inside of the tribulation clouds turned into a sea of lightning, and Gu Zhong was trapped in the Black Sea. Gu Zhong's whole body was bathed in lightning, and each lightning bolt was enough to shatter a mountain range. It was incomparably terrifying, but when it hit Gu Zhong's body, it did not cause any threat at all. Drawing the power of lightning to temper the martial body was definitely a good thing for a martial artist. After the tempering of the heavenly lightning, the martial body would transform and become even more powerful. At this time, Gu Zhong's martial body had integrated with the power of lightning, and his whole body was flickering with lightning. When his eyes opened and closed, there were also lightning rays rushing out from his eyes. That humanoid lightning attracted the extremely powerful power of lightning. The humanoid lightning constantly evolved and finally turned into a beautiful woman. However, this figure was very hazy and no one could see her true appearance. The Eastern Sky Tyrant Emperor is actually a woman. Gu Zhong was extremely shocked. He had never thought that the eastern region's hegemon was actually a woman. Even if he told others about this, no one would believe him. The woman stretched out her right hand, and an endless amount of lightning condensed in her hand. A divine spear appeared in her hand. It was a divine spear that was completely condensed from the power of lightning. The real show is about to begin. On a distant mountain peak, Gu Fei smiled when he saw this scene. The previous test was nothing. Gu Zhong's true test had just begun. All living beings above the sage level were extremely nervous. They were all staring at the two figures in the tribulation clouds. At this moment, only beings above the holy grade could sense everything within the tribulation clouds. Those below the holy grade could not sense anything at all. Gu Zhong is a good kid. What a pity. How good would it be if he was my disciple? Heavenly Emperor Ziyang stood in the sky and suddenly sighed. He did not accept a disciple because he had no disciple to serve him. In fact, he had accepted a disciple before, but that disciple betrayed him in the end. Since then, he had never accepted another disciple. The unold demon child and hierarch Southern Heaven looked at the tribulation clouds with solemn expressions. The great Tao seal of the Eastern Sky Tyrant Emperor was not easy to deal with. Gu Zhong would definitely be in great danger if he were to face such an existence. If he was not careful, he might even die under the heavenly tribulation. Of course, with Gu Fei around, even if Gu Zhong failed the heavenly tribulation, his life would not be in danger. In this way, Gu Zhong had nothing to worry about. He could give it his all. Winning or losing seemed to be a small matter. If he lost, he would just have to start all over again. If he won, he would become a martial saint king. What do you think the chances of your disciple succeeding are? On the mountain peak, Yen glanced at Gu Fei and said with a smile, "He will definitely succeed. Don't you know who taught this disciple?" Gu Fei said confidently, "Dad, are you trying to sell your melons and boast?" Gu Ling said cunningly, "You little girl, what are you talking about? Your father is not a prostitute, and I'm not selling my melons." Gu Fei said snappily. Gu Ling stuck out her tongue and hid behind Yen. "You have to cultivate well during the battle of the geniuses and beat all those so-called geniuses to the ground, understand?" Gu Fei said to Gu Ling, who was hiding behind Yenner, "Dad, your expectations are too high. Those geniuses are all sages, and I'm just a quasi-sage. How am I going to compete with them?" Gu Ling said helplessly. She also wanted to compete with those geniuses, but the reality was very harsh. How could a quasi-sage compete with a sage? You don't have to worry about this. I believe that you will become a sage soon. You should know that you are my daughter, Gu Fei. Gu Fei said. He knew that Gu Ling was very talented and was the descendant of a sage. Ordinary people couldn't compare to her. Moreover, with his help, how could she not become a sage? Dad, do you have the ability to predict the future? Even I don't know when I will become a sage. Gu Ling said disapprovingly, "You have to believe in your father. If he says he can, then he can." Yan, or patted Gu Ling's head dotingly and said, "Rumble." Just as Gu Fei's family was talking, the heavenly tribulation was triggered once again. Deafening thunder rang out from the tribulation clouds, shocking all living beings in the world. Kill. Gu Zhong was like an undefeatable ancient martial god that had descended into the world. He charged towards the figure that was surrounded by endless lightning. Extremely powerful martial arts power erupted from his body. A dazzling golden light blossomed from the tribulation clouds, as if a golden sun had appeared in the sea of lightning. At this moment, the figure also moved. The peerlessly beautiful woman held the lightning divine spear in her hand and directly stabbed towards the golden figure that was rushing towards her. An extremely overbearing power erupted in an instant. It was as if all the power of the heavenly tribulation had condensed on the divine spear in the woman's hand. "Eat my fist!" Gu Zhong roared angrily. Golden light flowed around his body. The moment he punched, all the power in his body surged into his fist. 9 dazzling golden Tao patterns emerged on his golden fist. Boom! Chapter 2612. No one would have thought that the mysterious Eastern Sky Tyrant Emperor was actually a beautiful woman. Even the unaging Demon Child and Hierarch Southern Sky, who were his rivals, did not expect this. Ever since the Eastern Sky Tyrant Emperor appeared, he had always been wearing a sinister bronze mask. No one had ever seen his true appearance. Perhaps even among the people of the Dongfang family, only a few had seen the true face of the Eastern Sky Tyrant Emperor, not to mention others. At this time, the figure of the Eastern Sky Tyrant Emperor, who was fighting with Gu Zhong in the tribulation clouds, was not wearing a mask. However, even so, Gu Zhong could not see the face of this tyrant. At this time, the entire mountain range was shaking. Earth fire was spewing out. Even the great formation laid down by the saint was broken by the earth fire that rushed out from the depths of the earth. The valley where Gu Zhong was originally had already turned into a sea of fire. The people of the Dongfang family were really ruthless. If not for the great formation laid down by the saint, when the earth fire erupted, the mountains within a radius of thousands of miles would have collapsed in an instant. The earth would have collapsed and turned into a sea of fire. The great formation of the saint sealed the earth. The earth fire could only break through the place where the valley was. However, even so, the mountains were still filled with flames and thick smoke. Coupled with the eruption of the power of the heavenly tribulation, the entire mountain range was as terrifying as the end of the world. All the creatures in the mountains were terrified. Boom! With a loud sound, Gu Zhong's golden fist fiercely collided with the divine spear in the hands of the Eastern Sky Tyrant Emperor. The two powerful forces directly collided, shaking the earth. Golden saint blood blossomed. Gu Zhong was directly forced back by the incomparably overbearing attack. A hideous bloody scar was left on his fist. The peerless figure also took a few steps back. However, he immediately stabilized himself and then chased after Gu Zhong. The divine spear in his hand blossomed with a bright electric light. An extremely terrifying destructive aura erupted from the divine spear. So strong! Gu Zhong was secretly shocked. This figure was much stronger than before. Could it be that this was the true strength of this great Tao imprint? A true martial artist must have an invincible heart. Although Gu Zhong was shocked by the strength of the opponent, his battle intent was still like a rainbow, and he rushed forward to kill. An intense battle erupted. Gu Zhong's fist swung wide and wide. Every single punch emitted an invincible fist intent that seemed to be able to destroy everything. The great Tao was simplified from complexity. When one's cultivation had reached this level, the simplest attack could often bring about a powerful force that could transform something rotten into something magical. In the end, it was still the power of the heavenly tribulation that was powerful. Soon, Gu Zhong was at a disadvantage. He was suppressed by that exceptional figure, his body covered in blood. Pooh! The lightning god spear pierced through Gu Zhong's left shoulder. The peerless figure lifted Gu Zhong up, and with a shake of his hand, half of Gu Zhong's body exploded. The right side of his body flew out horizontally, his wound a bloody mess. Roar! Gu Zhong bellowed furiously. The golden saint blood that had splashed out from his body turned into pure metal elemental energy, rushing back to him and entering his body. His flesh and blood were being reborn. In just an instant, the left half of Gu Zhong's shattered body had completely recovered. If it wasn't for the bloodstains on his clothes, it would be impossible to tell that he had been injured. Rumble! The qi and blood in Gu Zhong's body circulated rapidly, emitting the sound of wind and thunder. Countless golden runes appeared in his flesh and bones. The power of a saint-rank martial body erupted, not to mention the half of his body that had been shattered. Even if he had been blasted into a bloody mist, Gu Zhong could still recover in an instant. Again, Gu Zhong was like an unkillable cockroach as he charged forward once again. Without any suspense, Gu Zhong was once again sent flying. This time, a bloody hole had appeared in his chest. However, in just a few breaths, Gu Zhong had recovered from his injuries and continued to fight the peerless figure. His body had been shattered and then reconstructed. It was as if he had been tempered by the most powerful lightning. The reconstructed martial body had become even more powerful. The stronger the martial body, the stronger Gu Zhong's battle prowess. Gu Zhong fought tirelessly. After an unknown amount of time, he was once again blasted into pieces by that overbearing figure. He was completely blasted into a bloody mist. The bloody mist surged and emitted an extremely powerful aura of life as it rapidly reconstructed itself. At this moment, the power of heaven's wrath descended. Destructive lightning directly blasted into the bloody mist, causing Gu Zhong, who was in the midst of reconstructing his body, to feel dizzy. The power of heaven's wrath had already weakened to the point that even a sage couldn't kill him. Gu Zhong was not afraid of heaven's wrath and heaven's wrath. He had even guided the power of heaven's wrath to refine his body. Such an action was simply too crazy. Very good. Gu Zhong's martial body is getting stronger and stronger. He's about to succeed. Gu Fei said from the top of a mountain in the distance. Using heaven's wrath to refine one's martial body was one of the ways to refine one's martial body. Not everyone could withstand such a method. If they couldn't, there was only one outcome. They would be killed by heaven's wrath or heaven's wrath. Their bodies and souls would be destroyed. Eldest senior brother is going to succeed. Gu Ling couldn't help being surprised and overjoyed when he heard this. At this time, Gu Zhong's martial body was constantly being bombarded by heaven's wrath and heaven's wrath. It transformed and became even stronger, allowing Gu Zhong to gradually turn the tables. Boom! Gu Zhong's all-out attack directly forced the figure to retreat. The power of heaven's wrath gradually weakened under the consumption of the peerless figure. Just as Gu Zhong was turning the tables, he finally broke through the shackles of cultivation. It was as if a seal had been broken in his body. A violent new power gathered in his body. Gu Zhong has finally opened the treasure of his body again. He's already a sage king. Gu Fei said, "Has eldest senior brother succeeded? But why are there still no signs of the heavens' wrath dispersing?" Gu Ling said doubtfully, "The world was still dark and the heavens' wrath did not show any signs of dispersing." What exactly was going on? At this time in the heavens' wrath, Gu Zhong became more and more courageous as he fought. In the end, he actually destroyed half of the peerless figure's body with a punch. Haha, let's see how you can still be so domineering. Gu Zhong laughed heartily. His combat strength seemed to be even stronger than before. The strength of his new life was tyrannical to the extreme. He countered with his attacks and directly rushed forward. Swoosh! A golden sword light flashed and directly slashed the figure in half. Chapter 26:13. Gu Zhong transformed himself into a sword, and his extremely powerful sword qi caused the world to lose its color. Wherever the sword light passed, nothing could stop it. It directly cut the peerless figure in half. Rumble, the sound of thunder shook the sky. At this time, the power of the heavenly tribulation was exploding. At the same time, an extremely terrifying destructive aura descended from the depths of the sky. The power of the heavenly tribulation was also increasing. What? Gu Zhong was shocked to find that the peerless figure that had been cut in half by his sword had actually reappeared. It was still extremely overbearing. Swoosh! The figure directly raised the divine spear in his hand and pierced towards Gu Zhong's head, displaying an indomitable and domineering power. I don't believe that I can't destroy you. Gu Zhong was furious. He waved his fist and smashed it against the spear. He fought with the peerless figure again. Violent power swept out in all directions. A series of pitch-black spatial cracks directly appeared in the void, like pitch-black lightning, extending in all directions. At this time, all the saint-level creatures felt that it was inconceivable. It should be known that this was the second time that Gu Zhong had cut the great path imprint of the Eastern Sky Tyrant. However, unexpectedly, the great path imprint of the Eastern Sky Tyrant still did not return to the heavenly path. Instead, it continued to fight with Gu Zhong. This was already beyond everyone's expectations. How could this happen? On a distant mountain, even Gu Fei frowned. Even he had never encountered such a thing. Could it be that the great path imprint of the Eastern Sky Tyrant had its own consciousness? Otherwise, how could it be like this? Gu Zhong consecutively cut the peerless figure twice, but still could not cut it back to the heavenly path. Not to mention Gu Fei, even the 3 Saint Venerables were puzzled. Boom! In the loud noise, Gu Zhong was blasted away. He had to simultaneously deal with the peerless figure and resist the power of the heavenly tribulation. This was a 2-pronged test. Only Gu Zhong would choose to undergo the heavenly tribulation at this time. If it were someone else, they would definitely not undergo the heavenly tribulation at this time. Those people would wait until the power of the heavenly tribulation completely disappeared before undergoing the heavenly tribulation. One had to know that the chances of success at this time were very low. No one had Gu Zhong's boldness. Kill! Gu Zhong was coughing up blood. His martial body had been severely injured, and there was a bloody hole in his chest that was seeping out golden blood. He had already cultivated the indestructible martial body, golden body. This kind of injury was nothing. His fighting spirit was like a rainbow. He completely ignored the injuries on his body and directly attacked the figure. This is the last of the heavenly tribulation's power. As long as he can endure it, he will succeed. Celestial Arch Ziyang muttered to himself. He could already tell that the power of the heavenly tribulation was already an arrow at the end of its flight and was making its final bloom. This was also the time when the power of the heavenly tribulation was the most powerful and terrifying. The silhouette of the Eastern Sky Tyrant King attracted the power of the heavenly tribulation. At this moment, the silhouette of this peerless overlord represented the heavenly punishment, the punishment of the heavens and earth. Many people saw through the crux of the matter, but there were some people whose realms were not high enough to see through it. Eldest senior brother will be fine, right? On the top of the mountain, Guling said worriedly. With her cultivation, it was difficult for her to see into the tribulation clouds. However, the drops of golden blood that dripped from the tribulation clouds were exceptionally eye-catching. This was Gu Zhong's blood essence. Every drop of golden blood was emitting a resplendent golden light. They were as bright and dazzling as small golden suns. Yao Yu was also worried. One must know that her cultivation was imparted to her by Gu Zhong. To a certain extent, this eldest senior brother was equivalent to a master. Don't worry. With eldest senior brother's cultivation, how can he not pass the Saint King heavenly tribulation? Qilong said, Qi Long was a saint dragon and could see into the tribulation clouds. Although Gu Zhong seemed to be seriously injured, it was only an injury on the martial body. However, even if Gu Zhong's life was not in danger, the figure of the peerless overlord had left a real injury on Gu Zhong's body. Even if Gu Zhong's martial body was extremely strong, it was difficult for him to recover in a short period of time. Blood constantly flowed out from his body, staining his clothes with golden blood. Kill! Gu Zhong turned into a golden sword and directly slashed at the peerless figure. The power of a saint king was displayed, and 9 golden Tao patterns appeared on the sword. However, this time, the peerless figure had gathered all the power of the heavenly tribulation and displayed supreme combat strength. His entire person seemed to be walking out of the void. The peerless figure abandoned the divine spear and directly used the tyrant fist. As he punched out, a starry sky appeared around his fist. The sun, the moon, and the stars exploded. Under this extremely powerful punch, it seemed as if the universe was about to collapse. Boom! The domineering punch directly landed on the golden sword that was slashing at him. The golden sword was immediately blown away, and the peerless figure was also sent flying into the tribulation clouds. Swoosh! The golden sword disappeared, and Gu Zhong's figure appeared in the void. He directly coughed out a mouthful of golden saint blood, and his face was extremely pale. Roar again! Gu Zhong fought crazily and directly rushed forward. His fists shook the heavens and earth. He was incomparably domineering, and seemed to be no weaker than the figure formed by the eastern sky Tyrant King seal. Boom! The tribulation clouds exploded, and 2 figures rushed out of the tribulation clouds. They fought fiercely, and golden blood constantly sprinkled from the sky. The 2 figures were fighting crazily. Bang! The left half of Gu Zhong's body was smashed by the tyrant fist and immediately exploded, turning into a golden mist of blood. Boom! Gu Zhong's right leg swept wildly at the waist of the tyrant figure, and the tyrant figure was broken in half. Seeing this scene, everyone was shocked to the extreme. This was too tragic. In the end, Gu Zhong's martial body exploded, and he was blasted into a mist of blood by the tyrant fist. His muscles, bones, and flesh were all shattered. At the same time, the tyrant figure dissipated after unleashing an extremely powerful attack, turning into a mark of the great path. It soared into the sky and disappeared into the depths of the sky, returning to the heavenly path. Rumble! At this moment, the power of heaven's wrath also descended with a terrifying destructive power. 9 purple lightning blasted into the golden mist of blood that Gu Zhong's martial body had turned into. More than half of the golden mist of blood was instantly blasted away. When Qi Long and the others saw this scene, they couldn't help but turn pale with fright. This time, Gu Zhong had suffered unimaginable injuries, but in the end he still managed to survive. The heavenly tribulation dissipated, and the power of heaven's wrath also quieted down. Chapter 26:14. The saint ruler's tribulation had finally ended. Gu Zhong had suffered unimaginably heavy injuries. His martial body had been reduced to a golden mist, and he had also been struck by the power of heaven's wrath. The golden mist hovered in the air, but it did not disperse. A weak pulse of life radiated from the mist. Gu Zhong was still alive. First Senior, Gu Ling, Yao Yu, and the others all paled in fright. Gu Zhong's cultivation was powerful, but no one knew just how heavily injured he was after being struck by the tribulation and the power of heaven's wrath. This, the Iron-Blood Taoist and the Scarlet Dragon Taoist were both shocked. If it were them, they probably would have been killed by the power of heaven's wrath, even if they did not die to the tribulation. He's finally made it through. At this moment, Gu Fei sighed deeply. Gu Zhong was his first disciple. It was impossible for him not to worry, but he believed in Gu Zhong. There were many times when Gu Fei almost took action, but he did not do anything in the end. He endured it, Reality proved that he was right. Gu Zhong did not disappoint him. At this moment, the flames of the earth wreaked havoc. Fiery light shot into the sky in a radius of 1,000 kilometers as black mist permeated the air. Even though the tribulation had dispersed, the entire world remained dark. Swish! Just at this moment, a black light rushed out of the earth fire and directly slashed at the golden blood mist in the sky. The golden blood mist immediately dimmed. Roar! Gu Fei roared out furiously. He directly took a step and arrived before the golden mist in an instant. He extended his hand and sucked the mist into his sleeve. Afterwards, he extended a finger, and the streak of dark light immediately collapsed. Immediately afterward, Gu Fei directly rushed down from the sky and fiercely pounced into the fire cave on the ground that was spewing out earth fire, killing his way into the fire cave. Everything happened just too quickly. When everyone returned to their senses, Gu Fei had already killed his way into the cavern of flames. There's actually someone who dares to launch a sneak attack on Gu Zhong at this moment. At this moment, everyone knew what had happened. Someone had always been hiding in the fire pit, waiting for Gu Zhong to undergo the Saint Ruler heavenly tribulation before suddenly launching a sneak attack. That black light was definitely a demonic artifact. It was a demonic artifact that could annihilate a cultivator's soul. Gu Zhong had suffered a blow from that black light, so the odds were against him. Although Gu Zhong had cultivated the indestructible martial body golden body, once his spirit was destroyed, his spirit would dissipate just like the indestructible golden body back then, leaving behind an indestructible martial body. Eldest senior brother, Gu Ling, and the others were stunned. No one had expected that someone would dare to try to kill Gu Zhong at a time like this. After all, there were 3 holy venerables watching. Yet, someone had actually dared to attack Gu Zhong. This sudden attack had definitely heavily injured Gu Zhong's divine soul. Soon, Gu Fei rushed out of the fire cave with a hideous head in his hand. This was the head of a powerhouse from the demons. It's a demon from the devil's cave. Everyone couldn't help but be shocked when they saw the scene. It turned out to be a demon from the devil's cave that had attacked Gu Zhong. This demon was also very cunning. It used the earth fire as a cover and hid in the fire cave. Even the holy venerables couldn't sense the existence of this demon. Humph! Gu Fei exerted force in his hand, and the demon's head immediately exploded. Let's go back, Gu Fei said with a gloomy face. He took a step forward and instantly disappeared into the void. Other than the 3 holy venerables, no one could see how he left. Everyone was shocked. The cultivation of that ominous devil wasn't low. It was extremely powerful. It was definitely a great saint realm existence. However, it had been easily killed by Gu Fei. The combat strength that Gu Fei had displayed was really frightening. He had already surpassed his peers. He already has 1 foot in the holy venerable realm. The unold demon child sighed. Gu Fei was the most monstrous existence he had ever seen. Even he was amazed by the speed of his cultivation. It won't be long before he breaks through the shackles of cultivation and becomes a holy venerable. Hierarch South Heaven said. He was very shrewd and didn't show his emotions on his face. No one knew what he was thinking. Even in the ancient era, this guy is still considered a monstrous existence. Heavenly Emperor Ziyang said. At this moment, the heavenly tribulation had ended. Those who were watching Gu Zhong's heavenly tribulation began to disperse. The geniuses also left. Although Gu Zhong had passed the heavenly tribulation of a saint king, it was still uncertain whether he could recover. Someone had already recognized the origin of that black light. It was the Soul Slayer demon blade. If an ordinary cultivator was struck by this demonic blade aura, their soul would definitely be destroyed. That devil had launched a sneak attack at Gu Zhong when he was at his weakest. He had slashed Gu Zhong with the soul-exterminating devil blade. Gu Zhong's soul had definitely suffered heavy injuries. What a pity! The Zhao clan's goddess shook her head and left. Above the clouds in the sky, the veiled woman's eyes were filled with worry, and then she also retreated. Yen brought Gu Ling and the other disciples back to the East Royal City. At this moment, in the city lord's mansion, Gu Fei opened up his inner world and stepped into it. This was a divine land. The spiritual qi here was much denser than the outside world. Cultivating here would definitely yield twice the results with half the effort. The people of the Meng clan settled down here. Meng Long had already become the clan leader of the Meng clan. The previous clan leader of the Meng clan had already passed away. The previous clan leader was too old. It was difficult for him to cultivate to the immortal realm. When the time was up, his lifespan would be exhausted and he would pass away. This was the law of heaven and earth. The birth, aging, sickness, and death of mortals were very common. Even with immortal pills and spiritual medicines, it was still impossible to overcome the law of heaven and earth. Apart from those who were really old and couldn't defeat Tianming, the rest of the people of the Meng clan had survived. Immortality was something that the Meng clan didn't even dare to think about when they were on the desolate star. Gu Fei entered the inner world. He didn't go to the place where the Meng clan lived. Instead, he went straight to the deepest part of this divine land. There, the spiritual qi was soaring and the aura of life was vast. A divine spring could be vaguely seen amidst the spiritual light. This was the largest divine spring of life in this divine land. It was constantly absorbing the essence of life. Gu Fei waved his hand. A ball of dim golden blood light immediately flew out from his big sleeve. He directly sent this ball of golden blood mist into the divine spring of life. Then he sat cross-legged on a big rock beside the divine spring of life. At this moment, a divine medicine in the shape of a dragon stuck its head out from the divine spring of life. It seemed to be very afraid of Gu Fei. It wanted to escape, but couldn't bear to leave the divine spring of life. Haha, I won't hurt you. Rest assured and take root here. Chapter 26:15. Gu Zhong was gravely injured and his soul was injured. He was in a deep slumber, especially since there was a cold, demonic aura surrounding his soul. This demonic energy was corroding his soul. Once his soul dissipated, Gu Fei wouldn't be able to save Gu Zhong no matter how heaven-defying he was. Gu Zhong's soul was already very powerful. Furthermore, he cultivated the Heaven Ascension secret art, one of the 9 secrets of the immortal Tao. Although his situation was dangerous, it wasn't the critical moment for his soul to dissipate. Gu Fei used the massive life essence contained in the divine spring of life to nourish Gu Zhong's spirit. Meanwhile, he sat cross-legged on a boulder beside the divine spring and closely observed the situation in the divine spring. The ancestral dragon divine, Herb, didn't escape. It was still rooted in the spring, absorbing the life essence in the spring. The immortal divine herb had existed since ancient times. It contained the profundity of immortality. If Gu Fei could understand this profundity, he might be able to obtain the undying body. Gu Fei had thought about the ancestral dragon divine herb before, but he gave up in the end. It wasn't that he wasn't tempted by the profundity of immortality, but that he didn't want to use the power of the plant spirits to increase his cultivation. Moreover, Gu Fei believed that he could eventually see through the profundity of immortality with his own efforts. Time flew by. Gu Fei sat cross-legged on a boulder beside the divine spring of life with his eyes closed, as if he was meditating. However, he was actually constantly sensing the movements of the golden blood mist in the divine spring of life. Although Gu Zhong's soul was heavily injured, it wasn't to the point where it couldn't be saved. The golden blood mist began to absorb the life essence, causing Gu Zhong's life energy to grow stronger. Only then did Gu Fei relax. Meanwhile, outside of Gu Fei's inner world, the East Royal City's Lord's Mansion was in a mess. Gu Fei and Gu Zhong were nowhere to be seen. Someone saw that Gu Fei had returned, but Guling and the others couldn't find Gu Fei and Gu Zhong even after turning the entire mansion upside down. Looks like your father and senior brother enter that place. Yen said in the end, Mother, you are talking about father's inner world. Guling thought of something and quickly said, the fact that Gu Fei cultivated an inner world was no secret to Yen, and her daughter. The city, Lord's mansion, gradually calmed down. Gu Fei's disciples restrained their subordinates, and the 13 bandits and the others retreated from the city, Lord's mansion. In the entire city governor's estate, only Yen, her daughter, and Gu Fei's other 2 disciples, Crimson Dragon and Yao Yu, were left. Even the 3 holy venerables did not dare to enter the city Lord mansion without Yen Er's invitation, let alone the other overseas powerhouses. Crimson Dragon, your eldest senior brother isn't here, so you'll be in charge of the city Lord's mansion for now. I'm going to find your master. Yen instructed, Mother, I want to go too. Guling grabbed Yen Er's sleeve and said coquettishly, Got it. Would I dare not bring you along? Yen said with a doting smile. As she said that, Yen took out a jade talisman and crushed it. A ball of divine light instantly surged out of Yen Er's hand, enveloping Yen and Guling within it. Swish! The divine light flashed, and the burst of divine light was so blinding that Crimson Dragon and Yao Yu could not open their eyes. When Crimson Dragon and Yao Yu came back to their senses, the divine light had dissipated, and Yen and Guling had disappeared. In the next moment, Yen and Guling appeared in another world. They stood high up in the sky, and the land below was lush and lush. Roars of beasts could be heard from time to time in the primitive forest. Shadows of powerful beasts could be vaguely seen in the mountain ridges. Yen and Guling came to a place where the dragon vein was condensed. The spiritual qi here was much denser than in other places. The mountain here was shaped like a coiling dragon. In the middle of the dragon vein was a valley. There were many pavilions and pavilions in the valley. In the depths of the valley, there was a lake that looked like a dragon spitting out a pearl. Yen brought Guling directly into the valley. Who's there? The moment they entered the valley, a loud roar rang out from within the valley. After that, a figure rushed out from a pavilion in the valley. It was a young man with a muscular body and a stocky build. An incomparably strong immortal king aura spread out from this young man. Immortal king. Feeling this aura, Guling couldn't help but feel a little surprised. To think that they would meet an immortal king the moment they entered this godly land. At this moment, the young man had already rushed over. When he saw Yen he was shocked. He hurriedly stopped and bowed to Yen. Greetings, Grandmaster. The young man knelt down in the void with an extremely respectful attitude. Get up, Yen said. After that, she asked, Has your Grandmaster been here before? This young man was Menglong. He was the disciple of Guzhong. Naturally, he had seen Yen before. Yen was the wife of Gu Fei. Naturally, she was also his grandmaster. Menglong stood up and replied respectfully, Grandmaster hasn't been here before. Has Grandmaster entered the godly land? Menglong said in surprise, You're Menglong, the disciple of senior brother Guzhong. Guling walked out from behind Yen and looked at Menglong curiously. Your Uncle Master Guling. Menglong hesitated for a moment before he suddenly came to a realization. Greetings, Uncle Master. Menglong hurriedly bowed to Guling, not daring to be negligent. All right, don't be so formal, Guling said with a smile. She then took out a black iron spear from her inner world and handed it to Menglong. This is for you. Treat it as a greeting gift. Guling said, Thank you, Uncle Master. Menglong was overjoyed. He quickly took the black iron spear. This was an immortal emperor divine weapon. Menglong couldn't help but feel happy when he sensed the great power contained within this unassuming black iron spear. Your Grandmaster hasn't been here. Then Yen suddenly thought of something. She turned around and pulled Guling away. "Hey, mother, slow down." Gu Ling called out. Yen-er was a sage. She pulled Gu Ling out of the valley and instantly disappeared into the horizon, leaving a dumbfounded Menglong standing in the void, at a loss of what to do. Yes, she's here. In the depths of the divine land, beside the largest divine spring of life, Gu Fei, who was sitting cross-legged on a boulder, suddenly opened his eyes. Soon, two figures appeared in the distant sky. Like immortals from the 9 heavens, they walked towards where Gu Fei was. Gu Fei stood up from the boulder and took a step forward, soaring into the sky. "Why are you guys here?" At this moment, Yen-er and Gu Ling had already arrived in front of Gu Fei. "Father," Gu Ling cheered and jumped into Gu Fei's embrace. "Father, where's big senior brother?" Gu Ling looked around and said, "Guess." Gu Fei smiled. "Father, I've never been able to guess what you want me to guess. Tell me, where's big senior brother?" Gu Ling said coquettishly. Gu Fei did not say anything. He smiled and pointed to the divine spring of life below. "Big senior brother is in the divine spring of life." Gu Ling was surprised. Gu Zhong's injuries are so severe, yet he wants to enter the divine spring of life to nourish his divine soul with the energy of life. Yen-er was shocked too. Gu Fei nodded with a heavy heart. "Then, when will eldest senior brother get better?" Gu Ling asked hurriedly. "I don't know. It depends on his will." Gu Fei shook his head and said, "Big senior brother." Gu Ling was worried. "All right, are you guys staying here or going out?" Gu Fei asked, "Father, is there a need to ask?" "Mother, and I will definitely stay here to accompany you." Gu Ling said slyly, "Haha, you little girl." Gu Fei patted his daughter's head dotingly and said with a smile, "Yen-er and Gu Ling stayed behind and did not leave the divine land. They went straight to the valley where the Meng family was located. It was a place of dragon ascension. That place was where the Earth ancestor vein was located. It could be said that it was the best place in the entire divine land apart from the divine spring of life in the depths of the divine land." Gu Fei continued to sit cross-legged on the boulder. At this moment, the golden blood mist that Gu Zhong's body had turned into gradually changed. A faint shadow appeared in the golden light, emitting a powerful life aura. Gu Fei was overjoyed when he sensed this scene. Gu Zhong was recovering faster than he had imagined. This was a sign of Gu Zhong's martial body reforming. "Very good. As expected of my Gu Fei's disciple." Gu Fei muttered to himself. At this moment he was also moved. The golden blood mist in the divine spring of life gradually turned into a golden whirlpool and began to crazily devour the life essence of the divine spring of life. The divine spring of life was the rarest spring in the world. It contained an endless amount of life essence. Every drop of spring water could bring back flesh and bones from the dead. The life essence of the divine spring of life constantly converged towards the golden blood mist. Very soon, a figure appeared in the golden blood mist. Within the golden blood mist, the muscles, bones, and flesh were reforming. Things were developing in a good direction. In fact, Gu Fei was very clear that if Gu Zhong hadn't been ambushed by the demon lord and slashed by the soul slayer devil blade, Gu Zhong would have already recovered. The devil's den. I'll have to go there sooner or later. Gu Fei muttered to himself. Of course, he would have to wait for Gu Zhong to recover first. At this time, all the forces in the eastern domain were watching. The higher-ups of the Dongfang family were even more restless because the demons weren't the only ones who had secretly attacked Gu Zhong. Moreover, the 3 experts who had triggered the earth fire had already died in the hands of the unaging demon child and the others. What is Gu Fei planning to do? In the Dongfang family's ancestral land, Dongfang Sheng was restless in the conference hall. Chapter 26:16. In the depths of the divine land, Gu Zhong was recovering. His situation was much better than what Gu Fei had imagined. The demonic aura that was attached to Gu Zhong's divine soul had dissipated. It had been erased by the life essence. A figure sat cross-legged in the void, faintly discernible in the endless spirit light. Every time he breathed, the entire God spring of life would tremble. Streams of life essence gathered towards that figure like divine rainbows and merged with it. Then, the sound of wind and thunder came from that person's body. On a boulder next to the divine spring, Gu Fei couldn't help but nod when he saw the scene in the divine spring. It had only been half a month, but Gu Zhong had already reconstructed his martial body. However, Gu Zhong's divine soul was seriously injured. It wasn't easy for him to fully recover. The divine spring of life contained the broken life imprint that was naturally derived from the heaven and earth. This was the key to repairing one's divine soul. It could strengthen one's divine soul. Gu Fei knew that Gu Zhong was fine. He stood up from the boulder and took a step forward, directly arriving at the Meng clan's location. In the past half a month, Gu Fei's divine land had experienced a great upheaval because of the arrival of a demoness. She had completely broken the tranquility of the divine land. The entire divine land was in chaos because of this demoness. The Meng clan could be considered as the manager of this divine land. However, at this time, they were helping this demoness to wreak havoc on all the living beings in the divine land. This demoness was Gu Ling. On the first day, she went to the divine land and taught a powerful golden divine, flood dragon, a lesson. She took away the dragonization vine that the golden divine flood dragon had been guarding for hundreds of years. On the second day, Gu Ling went to the Undying clan's lair and stole a sacred item, causing the entire Undying clan to chase after her. On the third day, Gu Ling almost caught the ancestral dragon divine medicine. The medicine was so shocked that it hid in the divine spring of Gu Fei and didn't dare to come out. After half a month, every living being in the godly land was talking about Gu Ling, calling her a she-devil. However, when the living beings in the divine land found out about Gu Ling's identity, they were all speechless. Even the undead clan became well-behaved. When Gu Fei arrived at the valley where the Meng family resided, he bumped into Gu Ling, who was about to go out for a stroll. "Father, why are you here?" Gu Ling smiled as she pulled Gu Fei's hand and walked into a pavilion. In the past half a month, she had had a lot of fun. She had thrown all her worries to the back of her mind and played like crazy. Yes, it's time to go out. After entering the pavilion and sitting down, Gu Fei said to his daughter, "Father, could it be that eldest brother has recovered?" Gu Ling was overjoyed. Gu Fei shook his head. "What? Could it be that eldest senior brother?" Gu Ling's eyes turned red. "Don't make wild guesses. Your eldest senior brother is fine, but it won't be easy for him to truly recover." Gu Fei sighed. At this moment, Yen walked out from the depths of the valley and entered the pavilion. "Do you guys want to continue cultivating here or head out with me?" Gu Fei said to Yen and her daughter. "Daughter, what do you think?" Yen looked at Gu Ling dotingly and said, "Mother, I think I'd better head out." Gu Ling said, in the past half a month, she had let go of everything and had a good time. However, she knew very well that if she wanted to take that step, she couldn't just rely on seclusion and cultivation. It seemed like it was time for her to take a trip out to the human world. The human world was definitely a big dive at. Going to the human world to train and understand the various forms of life was also a part of cultivation. If Gu Ling could jump out of the human world, she might be able to break through the shackles of cultivation and become a sage. Yes, Yen nodded. Then, Gu Fei opened up his inner world and walked out. However, when Gu Fei and his family walked out of the inner world, they were stunned by the scene in front of them. All they could see was ruins. What's going on? Even Gu Fei couldn't help but be shocked at this moment. What happened? The East Imperial Kingdom, actually. Yen was shocked to the extreme. The East Imperial Kingdom was actually destroyed. The ground below was in ruins, and only half of the city wall was left standing on top of the ruins. "Father, this..." Senior Brother Red Dragon and the others. Guling was stunned by the scene in front of her. Even her voice was trembling. There were many corpses in the ruins, and the bloodstains had yet to turn dark brown. Obviously, all of this happened a few days ago. An incomparably horrifying aura still shrouded the sky above the ruins. Is it the Dongfang family or the East Realm Devil Lair? Gu Fei quickly calmed down. Those who dared to attack him definitely had a great background. He couldn't sense the existence of devil qi in the ruins. This heaven and earth. Gu Fei raised his head and looked up into the sky. He frowned as he couldn't sense the existence of the power of heaven's wrath in the depths of the sky. The weather has changed. Yan also sensed the changes in the heaven and earth, and her expression changed drastically. The weather has changed. No wonder. Gu Fei fell into deep thought. Someone's coming. Gu Fei suddenly waved his hand and brought Yan and Guling to the clouds in the distant sky. In the darkness of the night, a figure stealthily sneaked toward the ruins. It's him. Gu Fei couldn't help but feel surprised when he sensed the aura of the person. This person was the Iron Blood Taoist. The Iron Blood Taoist actually appeared at this time. Although the Iron Blood Taoist had changed his appearance, Gu Fei could see through him at a glance. In front of Gu Fei, the Iron Blood Taoist had no secrets to speak of. However, since Gu Fei could see through the Iron Blood Taoist, others with higher cultivation than the Iron Blood Taoist would also be able to see through him. When the Iron Blood Taoist stealthily approached the ruins, a figure silently appeared behind him. Iron Blood, I didn't think you would dare to come back. A cold voice sounded. The Iron Blood Taoist was shocked and looked back. It's you. When the Iron Blood Taoist saw the person, he couldn't help but feel cold. He was in despair. The other party actually came to deal with him personally. This was basically not giving him a way out. Tell me where those people are, and I might spare your life. The person said, do you think I will believe you? The Iron Blood Taoist sneered. After facing this person, he calmed down. Do you think that this will be over after you kill me? When the Lord returns, you will die a horrible death. The Iron Blood Taoist said fiercely, if that guy Gu Fei dares to come back, I will directly kill him. The person sneered. All right, since you won't tell me where those guys are, I can only kill you. The person was about to attack. Chapter 26:17. Go to hell. It was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. The Iron Blood Taoist did not hesitate and immediately activated the Phoenix Tribulation. The Phoenix Tribulation immediately rushed out of his hand and attacked the man. The terrifying power of the divine Phoenix burst out from the Phoenix Tribulation. The glaring fire instantly lit up the world, as if a sun had suddenly appeared in the dark night. A powerful force shook the void of heaven and earth. Buzz. At that moment, the man's body suddenly vibrated. Then, a bronze 8 trigram rushed out of his body and collided with the Phoenix Tribulation. Boom! With a loud bang, the Iron Blood Taoist's Phoenix Tribulation was directly knocked away by the bronze 8 trigram. The divine light emitted by the Phoenix Tribulation immediately dimmed. This is, above the clouds in the sky, Gu Fei was extremely shocked. He could sense a powerful divine aura from the bronze 8 trigram. Who dares to plot against me? That person used the 8 trigrams to protect himself. When he looked around, he saw that there was a huge bump on his forehead from the thing that had smashed him. Divine Lord South Heaven! At that moment, Gu Fei walked out of the clouds. Before he came out, he had already opened his inner world and kept Yan and her daughter inside. He only took one step and came close to them. It's you. The man was shocked to see Gu Fei, but he quickly calmed down. He had the god ancestor's divine weapon, so there was no need to be afraid of this guy. You finally showed up. Come and die. Divine Lord South Heaven said proudly and looked at Gu Fei disdainfully. Back then, he was extremely unwilling to accept his defeat, and he had always held a grudge against Gu Fei. Back then, Gu Fei had relied on the might of an extreme Tao saint weapon to defeat him. But now he also had an extreme Tao divine weapon in his hands, and his cultivation was higher than Gu Fei's. He could definitely kill this guy. How dare you betray me? Gu Fei was infuriated. He did not expect the South Heaven Supremacy to possess the ultimate artifact of the God Ancestor. It seemed like he had already used the power of the ultimate ancestral artifact to remove the seal on him. If that was not the case, even the South Heaven Divine Lord would not dare to betray Gu Fei. Humph! I have the supreme divine weapon of the God Ancestor. Why should I be afraid of you? Southern Heaven Hierarch said coldly, Master, this is the guy who destroyed the East Imperial City. At this moment, the Iron-Blood Taoist spoke. The East Imperial City was actually destroyed in your hands. When Gu Fei heard this, his face immediately darkened. It seemed like the undying demon child and heavenly emperor Xiong had also betrayed him. So what if I destroyed it? What can you do to me? Supremacy, South Heaven, held the bronze 8 trigrams in his hand and said in a scornful manner, Kill! Gu Fei let out a furious roar and charged at Supremacy, South Heaven. A powerful aura immediately burst out from his body. His cultivation had reached a crucial moment, and he would soon break through to the Holy Master Realm. His current cultivation had surpassed the peak Great Sage Realm, and was infinitely close to the Holy Master Realm. An ancient cauldron flew out from Gu Fei's hand and enlarged, before slamming down on Supremacy South Heaven. You were the one who sneaked an attack on me. Supremacy South Heaven was enraged. At this moment, there was still a bump on his forehead. Buzz. The bronze 8 trigrams vibrated and soared into the sky, unleashing the power of the 8 trigrams of the mountain and river cauldron. Boom! The mountain and river cauldron collided with the bronze 8 trigrams, resulting in a loud explosion. A destructive force swept across the place, causing the ground to sink and the void to be torn into pitch-black cracks. Each crack was as huge as a mountain. The Iron-Blood Taoist protected himself with the Phoenix Tribulation and instantly retreated. The mountain and river cauldron was sent flying into the sky. It was no match for the bronze 8 trigrams, which shocked Gu Fei. However, he soon realized that the deity inside the mountain and river cauldron was still in a deep sleep and had yet to awaken. However, the deity inside the supreme artifact, refined by the God Ancestor, had awakened. It was a complete ultimate God weapon. Qin Nan had no idea where the South Heaven Divine Supremacy had found the ultimate God weapon. At this moment, it was not the time for Gu Fei to investigate how the Supremacy South Heaven had obtained the supreme artifact. He waved his hand and retrieved the mountain and river cauldron. At the same time, he flipped his right hand and a brick-like object appeared in his hand. The bronze 8 trigrams flew out from the bronze 8 trigrams and instantly sealed the entire place. It attracted 8 forces of the heavens and earth, which were aimed at Gu Fei. Rumble! The void vibrated as the 8 trigrams flew toward Gu Fei. Wherever they passed, the void was directly annihilated. Everything was destroyed, leaving nothing behind. Gu Fei, today is the day you die. The Supremacy, South Heaven, said fiercely. He was still brooding over his defeat at the hands of Gu Fei. Today, he could finally vent his anger. It was a great humiliation for an ultimate god to be defeated by a little guy. However, the Supremacy South Heaven was very shrewd. He did not show any hostility toward Gu Fei all these years. You're not qualified to kill me. Gu Fei shouted angrily. He directly waved the brick in his hand and smashed it forward. A divine light rushed out from the brick and broke the seal of the 8 trigrams, opening up a void passage. Without any hesitation, Gu Fei took a step forward and rushed out of the void passage, breaking free from the trap. I'll smash you to death with the brick. Gu Fei directly slapped at the Supremacy, South Heaven. The brick in his hand displayed a powerful force as it rushed out from his hand and instantly became enormous like a heavenly monument, slamming down at the supremacy, South Heaven. It was the 3-boundary monument which could suppress a powerful demon in the Yellow Spring. It was definitely an item at the level of an extreme divine weapon. Rumble. Under the 3-boundary monument, the void was collapsing and being annihilated. The pitch-black cracks in the void extended into the distance, as if the entire world was about to be shattered. The power of heaven's wrath no longer existed. There was no longer any force in the world to restrain living beings above the sacred level, allowing Gu Fei to attack without any worries. What? The Supremacy South Heaven was extremely shocked. He had never seen Gu Fei using the sacred monument. He was caught off guard and could not recall the bronze 8 trigrams in time to protect himself. Bang! The South Heaven Supremacy was slapped down from the sky by the 3-boundary monument. His body exploded and turned into a mist of blood. A figure wrapped in a godly glow soared into the sky with the 8 trigrams and fled into the distance, escaping from the place. Trying to escape. Chapter 26:18. Gu Fei was unwilling to let the traitor escape when he failed to catch up to ultimate God South Heaven. However, the bronze 8 trigram was indeed extraordinary. When Gu Fei was about to catch up to him, it shattered the rift and escaped. Could it really be an ultimate artifact refined by the ancestor god? Gu Fei stood in the sky and remained silent for a long time. He thought of many things, such as why ultimate God South Heaven would obtain the ultimate artifact of the ancestor god, and what happened to Red Dragon and the others. He then returned to the ruins of the East Royal Palace a second time. "Greetings, Master." The iron-blood Taoist immediately rushed out and knelt before Gu Fei. He was so excited to see Gu Fei that he started to shed tears. "Get up. What exactly happened?" Gu Fei wore a stern expression. "Is the force that I've worked so hard to build going to be destroyed just like that?" Upon thinking of this, he became enraged and his eyes reddened. "Master, this is what happened. After you left, a man called Li Lingfeng came to the East Royal City one day. He claimed to be your eldest senior brother. The iron-blood Taoist told Gu Fei everything that had happened in detail. It turned out that Li Lingfeng had heard about Gu Fei when he returned to the Tunglong continent from the Kunlun ancestral star. Therefore, Li Lingfeng had come to the East region to meet his junior brother. However, before Gu Fei could meet him, he was targeted by Ultimate God South Heaven. Ultimate God South Heaven was a Saint Master of the Divine Path. He could immediately tell that Li Lingfeng was carrying the bronze 8 trigram, the ultimate artifact refined by the ancestor god. However, what happened in the end took everyone by surprise. Divine Highness South Heaven actually snatched the bronze 8 trigrams from Li Lingfeng. Furthermore, the bronze 8 trigram had automatically recognized Ultimate God South Heaven as its master. Li Lingfeng was injured by Ultimate God South Heaven and fled. No one knew if he was still alive or not. The South Heaven Divine being suddenly attacked. He wielded the ancestral god weapon and planned to destroy the city, Lord's mansion of the East Royal City, killing all of Gu Fei's disciples. However, it just so happened that the Red Dragon had invited the ageless demon child to the city, Lord's mansion, as a guest. At the crucial moment, the ageless demon child had summoned the Black Tortoise Seal and fought against the South Heaven's supremacy. Heavenly Monarch Purple Sun hurried over after hearing the news and joined forces with the unaging demon child to fight supremacy, South Heaven. However, Divine Highness South Heaven possessed an ancestral god weapon. Thus he was extremely powerful. He ended up destroying the entire East Royal City after fighting against the unaging demon child. One must know that the unold demonic child's Black Tortoise Seal was an emperor artifact that was on par with an ancestral divine artifact. While the unaging demon child and the South Heaven hierarch were fighting, the Iron Blood Taoist brought the 13 great bandits and escaped from the East Royal City. Meanwhile, The Unold, Demon Child, and Heavenly Monarch Zeong were unable to suppress Hierarch South Heaven even after teaming up. In the end, both sides suffered heavy injuries. The Unold, Demon Child, and Heavenly Monarch Zeong had no choice but to bring the Red Dragon, Yao Yu, and the others to break the void and escape into the chaos. The rest of the experts from the other islands submitted to the South Heaven Divine Highness and swore their loyalty to him. The factions of the ocean that initially stood a chance against the Dongfang clan and the primordial Zhao clan ended up suffering great losses. The primordial Zhao clan and the Dongfang clan decided to watch the battle from the sidelines. It was a good thing for the primordial Zhao clan and the Dongfang clan that had an internal conflict in Gu Fei's camp. This is ridiculous. Gu Fei's eyes reddened after hearing the details of the matter. He clenched his fists tightly as blue veins popped out on his forehead. That traitor, Hierarch South Heaven, deserved to die. It seems like Hierarch South Heaven was the one behind the chaos in the Falling Stars continent. Gu Fei recalled many things. The rebellion of the Kuan-Peng tribe must have been instigated by someone behind the scenes. He even suspected that one of the 3 sacred supremacies of the ocean was behind it. Now that he thought about it, the culprit behind the chaos was most likely Hierarch South Heaven. First Senior Brother has obtained the succession of the God Path. The ancestral God weapon should be serving him as its master. How could Hierarch South Heaven take it away? Master, that person is really your first Senior Brother. The Iron-Blood Taoist blurted out in astonishment. He had no idea that Gu Fei had a first Senior Brother, and that the first Senior Brother was only a sacred sage. There's no doubt about it. No one would dare to pretend to be Gu Fei's first Senior Brother. Gu Fei said with a stern expression. On the other hand, Li Lingfeng was unlucky to have stumbled into Hierarch South Heaven. Not only did Hierarch South Heaven steal his ancestral god weapon, he was almost killed by Hierarch South Heaven too. Even though Hierarch South Heaven did not kill him on the spot, his fate was still uncertain. Master, what should we do now? When the Iron-Blood Taoist saw Gu Fei, it was like a person lost in the darkness, seeing a beacon of light. He saw hope in the darkness. Since he dared to betray me, Gu Fei, then Hierarch South Heaven should know what will happen to him. Gu Fei said with hatred. His gaze sharpened as a chilling, murderous intent burst out from his body. The temperature of the surroundings dropped rapidly due to the murderous intent. Master, when should we make our move? The Iron-Blood Taoist blurted out in excitement. He had been living a miserable life recently. He had been hiding from the supremacy South Heaven with the 13 great bandits. Apart from Zhu Guliang, the rest of the 13 bandits had died in battle. Gu Fei found it hard to accept such an outcome. The 13 bandits were all experts with limitless potential. If there were no accidents, they would have a chance of becoming sacred sages. Do you know where they are? Gu Fei glanced at the Iron-Blood Taoist and said, Of course I do. How could I not know? Hierarch South Heaven destroyed the East Royal City. His base is now in the second city of the eastern region. The Iron-Blood Taoist immediately said, Very well. Gu Fei did not say anything further. He took a step forward and instantly disappeared into the rift. Is Master planning to attack the second city now? The East Royal City had been destroyed in the battle. Countless living beings in the city had been affected. Only the experts had managed to escape, while countless mortals had died. Although the overseas factions had suffered great losses, many of their experts had managed to survive. The experts that had submitted to Hierarch South Heaven were currently gathered in the second city. Gu Fei unleashed his 8 steps extreme speed. He soon arrived outside the second city and stood in the sky. Great, this is great, they're all here. Gu Fei could sense countless powerful auras bursting out from the second city. Some of them were extraordinarily powerful, soaring into the sky. That being said, only Gu Fei was able to see the powerful auras. Ordinary people would not be able to see them. Meanwhile, Hierarch South Heaven had already returned to the second city. Even though Hierarch South Heaven's flesh had been destroyed by Gu Fei's 3-boundary monument, it was not difficult for him to reconstruct his flesh after reaching his current cultivation. Meanwhile, Hierarch South Heaven was sitting in the city, Lord's mansion in the second city. 8 trigrams were circling around him, each emitting a powerful aura similar to an ancestral god weapon. He had just reconstructed his body with the power of the ancestral god weapon, which seemed to be a lot stronger than his original body. At that instant, an illusionary figure appeared in front of Hierarch South Heaven. "Are you going too far?" The faint and incorporeal figure emitted such a fluctuation of divine will. "Humph! The strong prey on the weak, the strong rule. That's the rule of the heavens and earth. How am I going too far?" Hierarch South Heaven said coldly. He did not think it was a big deal. In his opinion, it was common for the strong to control the life and death of the weak in the cultivation world. That man is master successor after all. You shouldn't have done anything to him. The figure said. "Successor? I'll be enough as his successor," Hierarch South Heaven said. Sigh. The illusionary figure let out a sigh and dissipated into the rift without saying anything else. Boom! At that instant, a loud explosion came from the outside, followed by a powerful energy wave, causing the place where Hierarch South Heaven was standing to tremble. What's going on? Hierarch South Heaven was dumbfounded. Someone dared to attack him. How reckless! Rumble! Following this, a shocking sound could be heard, causing the entire city, Lord's mansion, to tremble. Following this, a roar could be heard in the second city. South Heaven, come out and die. A loud roar could be heard coming from the sky above the second city. What? Inside the city lord's mansion, Hierarch South Heaven was shocked when he heard the voice. Gu Fei has arrived so quickly. Hierarch South Heaven wore an expression of disbelief. He walked out from the city, Lord's mansion, and raised his head. He saw a young man in a black robe standing in the sky above the second city. Who else could it be but Gu Fei? It's Master. When the overseas experts in the city saw the figure in the sky, they were all shocked to the extreme. Everyone was dumbfounded by Gu Fei's appearance. At the same time, they were feeling uneasy, as they had initially pledged their loyalty to Gu Fei, but they had now submitted to Hierarch South Heaven instead. Gu Fei! Hierarch South Heaven stared at the figure in the sky with mixed feelings. If it weren't for the ancestral god weapon, his life would always be in someone else's hands. After obtaining the ancestral god weapon, he had immediately used its power to break the forbidding aura that Gu Fei had left on him. If it weren't for breaking Gu Fei's forbidding aura, Hierarch South Heaven would never dare to betray Gu Fei no matter how strong he was. Even if he had obtained the ancestral god weapon. Kill! Gu Fei did not hesitate. He immediately executed the heaven-shrouding hand. A giant hand of chaos immediately appeared in the sky above the second city, shrouding the entire city. A terrifying destructive force was unleashed from the giant hand. The flesh of some of the weaker cultivators had already exploded. The energy wave from the sky was too powerful, to the extent that ordinary cultivators could not withstand it. Gu Fei had no intention of letting anyone in the city go. He was planning to destroy the city with a wave of his hand. Buzz. Chapter 26:19. Rumble! The chaotic giant hand slammed down from the sky. An extremely powerful force crushed the void of the heavens and earth, displaying its ultimate power. Gu Fei had arrived at the second city of the eastern region and immediately performed the heaven-shrouding palm. The chaotic giant hand shrouded the entire heavens and earth, and its terrifying force sealed off all directions. Even someone as powerful as a sage would find it difficult to escape from the second city at this moment. It's Gu Fei, he's back! The sages in the second city were utterly shocked. They were well aware of how powerful Gu Fei was, and they were afraid that they had chosen the wrong side this time. Mr. Wu, who had once called the unaging demon child brother, had a terrible look on his face. After all, he had just hunted down the iron-blood Taoist and killed a few of the 13 bandits a few days ago. It could be said that he could no longer turn back. Buzz. At that moment, the void vibrated, and a ball of divine light appeared in the sky above the second city, enshrouding the entire second city. The city defense formation had been activated, and a powerful force spread across the place. However, the city defense formation of the second city was completely useless against the chaotic giant hand. The layer of divine light was instantly shattered by the chaotic giant hand, and countless runes dissipated into the void. Activate the formation. We're escaping to the ocean. Someone yelled out. That's right. Mr. Wu and the others immediately came to their senses and rushed toward the city, Lord's mansion. The chaotic giant hand directly broke through the city defense formation of the second city and descended upon the city. The destructive force from the chaotic giant hand caused all the cultivators in the city to feel despair. At that moment, the force of the heavenly wrath had completely disappeared. There was no need for Gu Fei to seal his cultivation base and combat strength that surpassed the Great Sage Realm. In the entire second city, only the South Heaven Supreme God was a match for Gu Fei. The others could not even withstand a single attack from Gu Fei, let alone fight against Gu Fei. Since you've chosen to betray me, you can't blame me for what happens next. Gu Fei's voice came down from the sky and reached the ears of every cultivator in the second city. His voice was not loud, but it was filled with authority. The chaotic hand continued to descend. The entire second city started to shake. The buildings in the city started to crack and collapse. The entire second city started to show signs of collapsing. Master, I was wrong. Please spare my life. Someone screamed in horror. Someone immediately knelt on the ground and kowtowed towards the sky. His forehead was stained with blood. In the face of death, nothing else mattered. Dignity, face, all of that was tossed to the highest heavens. Every cultivator in the city only had one goal, and that was to survive. Too late. Gu Fei did not relent. The chaos palm slammed down, wanting to destroy the entire second city. Buzz. At this moment, a ball of dazzling divine light burst out from the city, Lord Manor. A formation platform shone with billions of divine light, as if a sun had appeared in the second city. Someone had activated the formation platform that could travel between the eastern region and the outer seas. At the same time, 8 trigrams rushed out from the city Lord Manor and headed straight for the sky. The supreme power of the godly Tao was unleashed. Under everyone's extremely shocked gazes, the 8 trigrams displayed unimaginable power. They actually froze the void in the world and blocked the giant chaotic hand that was slapping down from the sky. Southern Heaven, come out and face your death. Gu Fei retracted the chaotic hand. He held the mountain and river cauldron in his right hand and the 3 boundary monument in his left hand before descending from the sky. Humph, I was just being careless. Do you really think you're invincible? Hierarch South Heaven soared into the sky from the city, Lord's mansion. The 8 trigrams then flew back to him and circled around him. This time, he did not dare to be careless. He held the bronze trigrams in his hand and used the power of the trigrams to protect himself. At this moment, everyone in the second city was looking at the 2 figures in the sky. Every cultivator in the city hoped that the Southern Heaven Supremacy could defeat Gu Fei. This was because they would only be able to survive if the Southern Heaven Supremacy defeated Gu Fei. However, not everyone was optimistic about the Southern Heaven Supremacy's chances. One should know that Gu Fei's cultivation was close to the Holy Venerate realm, and he also had an extreme Tao sacred weapon. Trying to escape? Who can escape without my permission? Gu Fei was enraged when he saw the formation platform that he had painstakingly refined being activated by Mr. Wu and the others in the city, Lord Manor. Swoosh! With a thought from Gu Fei, a purple golden divine light immediately rushed out from his body and turned into a godly sword. It descended from the sky and stabbed into the formation platform. The divine light of the formation platform immediately dissipated and dimmed. The countless runes that appeared on the formation platform were directly suppressed by the godly sword. What? In front of the formation platform, Mr. Wu and the other overseas sages were dumbfounded after seeing this. A purple golden godly sword was stabbed into the formation platform. An icy sword chi was emitted from the sword. The ripples of the sword chi caused Mr. Wu and the other sages to feel their hearts palpitating. Extreme Tao Sacred Sword. Mr. Wu and the rest of the sages were stunned. This Gu Fei actually had so many extreme Tao sacred weapons on him. Was he trying to kill them? Mr. Wu and the others were infuriated. I didn't expect you to have so many extreme Tao sacred weapons. Even the Southern Heaven Supremacy was extremely shocked. One should know that extreme Tao sacred weapons were rarely seen in the current era. The appearance of one extreme Tao sacred weapon was enough to shock the entire cultivation world. However, Gu Fei had managed to acquire 3 extreme sacred weapons. How could the South Heaven Divine Lord not feel envious and jealous? Humph! Gu Fei did not say anything else. He immediately attacked the Southern Heaven Supremacy. The mountain and river cauldron in his right hand flew into the air and instantly enlarged. It was like an ancient, godly mountain that pressed down on the Southern Heaven Supremacy. Although the god inside the mountain and river cauldron was in a deep slumber, the mountain and river cauldron still displayed a powerful force that could suppress the heavens and earth. The Southern Heaven Supremacy sensed a great threat. He immediately activated the power of the 8 trigrams and broke through the void sealed by the mountain and river cauldron. At the moment when the Southern Heaven Supremacy charged out, a brick slammed down from the sky and landed directly on the 8 trigrams that were protecting him. Bang! The 2 extreme Tao forces collided with each other, resulting in a terrifying outcome. A large area of the void was instantly destroyed. The powerful shockwave directly turned half of the second city into ashes, killing countless cultivators. Chapter 26:20. Gu Fei showed no hesitation. He immediately unleashed his full strength, as all the cultivators in the second city were traitors. Their deaths were not to be regretted. Gu Fei was using the 3 boundary boulder like a brick, sending Supremacy South Heaven flying with a single brick. This time, the hierarch South Heaven had learned his lesson. He blocked the attack with his ancestral god weapon. Even though he was knocked flying, his flesh did not suffer any damage. The 8 trigrams shuddered and nullified the power of the 3 boundary monument. As a matter of fact, there were gods inside the 3 boundary monument too, but they were in a deep slumber without showing any signs of awakening. Otherwise, it was impossible for the hierarch South Heaven to be injured. It was extremely difficult to awaken the sleeping gods inside the extreme Tao sacred weapon. Normally, one would have to wake them up on their own. Haha, so there's something wrong with the extreme Tao sacred weapon in your hand. The hierarch South Heaven burst out laughing all of a sudden. He sharply sensed the strangeness of the extreme Tao sacred weapon in Gu Fei's hand. The god inside the extreme Tao sacred weapon had yet to awaken. Although he had no idea why the god inside Gu Fei's extreme Tao sacred weapon would fall into a deep slumber, it was definitely good news for him. Humph! Gu Fei did not say a word. He immediately recalled the mountain and river cauldron and the 3 boundary monument, before continuing to attack the hierarch South Heaven with a tremendous battle intent. I'm impressed by your courage. You still dare to come here, even though there's something wrong with the extreme Tao sacred weapon. The hierarch South Heaven let out a hollow laugh and charged at Gu Fei. The 8 trigrams gathered in his hand and turned into a bronze trigram. As he waved it, it felt like the heavens and earth were on the verge of collapsing. The 8 trigrams merged into one above the bronze 8 trigrams, transforming into a terrifying and monstrous force that pierced towards Gu Fei. Collect! Gu Fei flipped the mountain and river cauldron upside down and slapped it. A force capable of devouring the heavens burst out from the mouth of the mountain and river cauldron. Without any hesitation, the destructive force from the bronze trigram was devoured by the mountain and river cauldron. The hierarch South Heaven did not expect the force of the bronze trigram to be devoured by the mountain and river cauldron. Have a taste of my brick. Gu Fei uttered a roar as the 3 boundary monument in his hand flew forward once again, aiming at the South Heaven Supremacy's head. Bang! Supremacy South Heaven was greatly shocked. He immediately raised the bronze trigram in his hand and blocked the 3 boundary monuments' attack without hesitation. He felt a strong force coming from the 3 boundary steel, and his entire body was sent flying by the 3 boundary steel. His arms felt numb. Although Supremacy South Heaven was sent flying by Gu Fei, he was not injured at all. However, the cultivators in the second city, who were lucky enough to survive, fell into despair upon seeing this. They assumed that the South Heaven Divine, honored God, was going to lose. Some of them began to flee. A figure dashed out from the half-destroyed second city. However, the cultivator had just charged out of the second city when he was killed by a slash of sword light from the side. His body and soul were both destroyed. What? The cultivators in the city were shocked to see this. We'll die if we stay, but we'll also die if we run. Brothers, what are you waiting for? Let's run together. Someone suddenly yelled in a frenzy. That's right, let's run together. I don't believe he can stop everyone. Someone yelled. Many people couldn't help being tempted. Although Gu Fei was powerful, he couldn't stop everyone. This was a chance for them to escape. Whoosh! Figures flickered and soon made their move. More than 10 figures dashed out from the half-destroyed second city like phantoms and fled in all directions. Buzz! At this moment, the purple-gold divine sword stuck in the formation platform vibrated. A dozen or so sword lights immediately rushed out from the purple-gold divine sword, directly killing the dozen or so cultivators. The cultivators were terrified. No one could escape. Gu Fei was not bluffing. It seemed like the god inside the purple-golden godly sword was not sleeping. Are we going to wait for our deaths here? The cultivators in the second city were in despair. Humph! This is what you deserve for betraying the master. In the sky, the iron-blood Taoist felt extremely relieved after seeing this. He and the 13 great bandits had been living in fear for the past few days, as they were constantly being hunted down. Among the 13 great bandits, only Zhuge Liang had survived. The others had all died in battle. The iron-blood Taoist was infuriated upon having this thought. He had the urge to kill every cultivator in the second city to avenge the 13 great bandits. Bang! Suddenly, the heavens and earth trembled. Gu Fei and the ultimate god of southern heaven were locked in a fierce battle. The ultimate god of southern heaven finally managed to turn the tables and unleashed the strongest power of the bronze 8 trigrams. The 8 trigrams circled the ultimate god of southern heaven's figure, activating the power of the 8 extremities. Each extremity was strong enough to destroy the heavens and earth. Gu Fei was knocked backward by the power of the ancestral god weapon. Nice! Gu Fei was astounded. The god's will inside the bronze 8 trigrams was awakening. The ancestral god weapon was finally showing its true power. It was definitely not a good thing for him. Even though the god's will inside the purple-golden godly sword was not completely asleep, it could not be used as it had to suppress the cultivators in the second city. Did he really have to use the peerless savage saber? Kill! Supremacy South Heaven fearlessly charged at Gu Fei with the ancestral god weapon in his hand. A powerful force burst out from his body, causing the rift to crack open and form pitch-black cracks. Bang! The 8 trigrams rotated and knocked the mountains and rivers away. Gu Fei quickly backed away. Gu Fei, to think you'd have such a day. The ultimate god of southern heaven chased after him with a hollow laugh. Gu Fei executed the 8 desolation steps and displayed his speed. It was not easy for the ultimate god of southern heaven to catch up to him. Gu Fei, fight me to the death if you dare. What's the point of hiding like this? The ultimate god of southern heaven yelled. He was trying to provoke Qin Nan. However, Gu Fei did not fall for it. He remained calm and ignored the ultimate god of southern heaven's insults. He had no intention of fighting the ultimate god of southern heaven head-on. How dare you? The ultimate god of southern heaven was infuriated. With a thought, the 8 trigrams flew into the air. Each of them emitted a brilliant glow. Seal. The ultimate god of southern heaven executed his god art. The 8 trigrams flew into the surroundings and vanished into the rift, sealing off the rift and sealing Gu Fei inside it. Let's see how you're going to escape this time. Chapter 26-21. 8 divinatory runes sealed the area. Like an ancestral god, ultimate god southern heaven displayed his strongest combat strength. Buzz. The sky trembled as 9 god halos appeared on divine monarch South Heaven's body. Each of the god halos turned into a brilliant sword glow in an instant. 9 godly swords appeared around the South Heaven supremacy. Kill. With a wave of his hand, the 9 sword glows circling him immediately pierced at Gu Fei. The sword intent soared into the sky, as if each of the sword glows was capable of destroying the heavens and earth. Humph! Gu Fei sneered. Chaotic divine light surged on his hands. He swung his fist and smashed it at the divine swords that had pierced through him, shattering all 9 sword lights. He was extremely powerful. With the mountain and river cauldron protecting him, he charged towards ultimate god southern heaven. Who do you think you are to fight against me? Ultimate god southern heaven said coldly. Immediately after, a shadow walked out from the void. It was as if a supreme god ancestor had descended, with an extremely terrifying divine Tao aura. Kill him. The South Heaven hierarch ordered the figure. This is... Gu Fei was taken aback. The aura of the extreme Tao was so mighty that it made him feel extremely terrified. Even though he had broken through to the greater mastery great sage realm, he still could not withstand the aura. If it wasn't for the mountain and river cauldron's protection, Gu Fei's body would have exploded and his soul would have been destroyed. It was a blurry figure with a blurry face. However, it was too powerful. Just by standing there, it felt like the entire world was about to be destroyed. Humph! Although Gu Fei felt a great pressure, he still smiled. Buzz! At that moment, the mountain and river cauldron floating above Gu Fei's head suddenly vibrated. An extreme Tao aura was awakened from within the mountain and river cauldron. What? Sensing the extreme Tao aura, ultimate god southern heaven was stunned. *T. Ultimate god southern heaven's expression changed as if he recalled something. At the same time, the purple gold divine sword in the second city's governor's mansion released a terrifying wave of sword chi. A faint, unsubstantial figure appeared on the divine sword. Boom! At this time, the mountain and river cauldron emitted a supreme aura. All living beings in the eastern region, even the entire Tonglong continent, felt this aura and were all terrified. What happened? A few incomparably powerful divine wills appeared between heaven and earth, probing towards the eastern domain. Some of the supreme experts of the human realm were alarmed. It's the eastern region again. Could it be that those people dare to start a war? A dissatisfied voice rang out in a place filled with chilly winds and ghostly chi. A figure directly emerged from the divine hall in the sky before shattering space and disappearing from the region. The aura of extreme Tao in the extreme northern demon region, a figure sitting atop yin-yang Tao diagram, suddenly opened his eyes. Beneath the yin-yang Tao diagram was an incomparably massive demon lair. Within this demon lair, demons danced about, and from time to time, incomparably powerful demonic phantoms would appear. In the depths of the demon lair, heart-palpitating demonic howls could be heard. In the depths of the abyss of immortals and demons, a terrifying aura could be heard. In the extreme west of West Earth, a terrifying existence was roaring. Several forbidden areas and danger zones of the Tongue-Long continent were no longer quiet. In the depths of the Dongfang clan's ancestral grounds, a figure sitting cross-legged in a valley suddenly opened his eyes. The entire valley seemed to flash with 2 lightning bolts. Buzz! A long sword stabbed into the ground in front of this person suddenly vibrated, as if it was about to fly away. Extreme Tao struggle. Who's using the Extreme Tao saint weapon? The mysterious person wearing a bronze mask said. She stretched out her hand and pressed on the divine sword in front of her. However, the divine sword was still vibrating. Let's go and take a look. The Eastern Sky Tyrant King stood up and pulled out the divine sword. He soared into the sky and instantly disappeared from the sky. Old Ancestor! The 2 elders of the Dongfang clan who were guarding outside the valley couldn't help but be shocked when they saw a divine light shooting into the sky from the valley and disappearing in an instant. At this moment, in the sky above the second city of the eastern region, Gu Fei and Hierarch South Heaven were still facing each other. No one dared to act rashly. The god in the mountain and river cauldron was originally sleeping, but the extreme divine might emitted from the ancestral divine weapon had awakened the god in the mountain and river cauldron. At this moment, not only was the god in the mountain and river cauldron awakened, but the gods in the violet gold divine sword, the 3 boundaries monument, and the peerless ominous blade were also alarmed. Roar! A dragon's roar rang out from Gu Fei's body. Then a black dragon soared into the sky from his body and became incomparably huge. A terrifying dragon's might erupted from the gigantic body, intimidating the 9 heavens and 10 earths. A peerless, ominous aura filled every inch of the void between heaven and earth. Buzz! The void trembled as the 3 boundaries monument floated in the sky. A blue figure was sitting on top of it. It was a figure with his back facing the world, giving off an aura of endless vicissitudes. Outrageous! Who dares disturb my sleep? Come and accept your death. A little old man jumped out from the mountain and river cauldron and cursed. The 4 supreme sacred weapons have been awakened. Divine Highness South Heaven felt his head swelling seeing this. His voice began to tremble as the 4 powerful auras suppressed him to the point where he could barely breathe. If it wasn't for the protection of the ancestral divine weapon, he would have died long ago. Even a Saint Venerable would not be able to withstand the aura of a supremacy. Every living being seemed minuscule before the aura of a supremacy. Kid, what's going on? I can sense the aura of an ancestral god. The little old man in the mountain and river cauldron suddenly said. The ancestral god was a divine Tao supremacy that came from the ancestral planet of Kunlun. His cultivation was world-shaking, comparable to supremacies like the supreme Tao ancestor. It's you. The little old man saw the blurry figure in front of him. Descendant of the god ancestor, I didn't expect to see the bloodline of an old friend here. The black dragon, circling high in the sky, suddenly spoke. What Gu Fei was shocked. This hierarch South Heaven was actually a descendant of the god ancestor. No wonder the ancestral divine weapon was snatched away by hierarch South Heaven. So this was the reason. This hierarch South Heaven was most likely the son of the ancestor god. Otherwise, the ancestral divine weapon would not have recognized him as its master so easily. The son of the ancestor god? On the ground in the half-destroyed second city, a purple figure stood on an array platform. The figure was blurry, and no one could see his face clearly. How lively! At this moment, the East Sky Tyrant Queen had already arrived nearby. She did not approach. but stopped in the sky and watched from afar. Just as the East Sky Tyrant Queen arrived, a white-robed man appeared silently in the sky from another direction. He was also watching. He's here too. The East Sky Tyrant Queen's heart skipped a beat when she saw that person. Gu Fei also sensed the arrival of a peerless expert. But now that the gods of the 4 extreme Tao Saint weapons had awakened from their slumber, he was fearless. "Kill him for me." Gu Fei pointed at Hierarch South Heaven and ordered the gods of the 4 extreme Tao Saint weapons. If we kill this guy, I'm afraid we'll be involved with the ancestor god." The little old man said hesitantly. It was definitely not a good thing to be involved with the ancestor god. He knew some secrets of the world, and that kind of existence would most likely return one day. When that time came, there would be great trouble. "There's actually something you're afraid of in this world." Gu Fei looked at the little old man and said in surprise, "So be it. Who cares about it?" At that moment, the black dragon descended from the sky and charged at Supremacy South Heaven. A giant dragon claw swiped at Supremacy South Heaven. The figure in front of Hierarch South Heaven moved and threw a punch upwards. This punch was imbued with the power of the 8 trigrams. 8 different powers intertwined and turned into an extremely terrifying force that penetrated the world. Boom! The dragon claw and the fist collided, causing a loud explosion. The extremely terrifying power spread out, annihilating the void, and even the chaotic energy was blown out. Suppress. The god of the mountain and river cauldron let out a loud roar and sealed the entire world, displaying a supreme divine might that could suppress the 9 heavens and 10 earths. The destructive force that spread out was immediately stopped. Otherwise, if this force was allowed to spread out, the entire eastern region would be destroyed and countless living beings would be killed. This was a scene that no one wanted to see. It was a battle between 2 ultimate godly weapons. The black dragon uttered a roar into the sky and turned into a peerless saber. It slashed down from the sky with a ferocious aura. Whoosh! The god of the ancestral god weapon tore the rift apart and grabbed Hierarch South Heaven before dashing into the chaos. Trying to escape? The little old man was shocked. He tried to stop the ancestral god weapon, but he was too late. The ancestral god weapon had saved Hierarch South Heaven, something that no one had expected. Bam! At that instant, the 3-boundary monument moved. A godly ray burst out from it, shattering the rift and shining into the chaos. Gu Fei saw Hierarch South Heaven and the ancestral god weapon moving rapidly in the chaos. Boom! The mountain and river cauldron attacked. The powerful force broke through the layers of chaotic aura and knocked Hierarch South Heaven and the ancestral god weapon flying. The divine light emitted by the 3-boundary monument continued to shine into the chaotic void, trying to find Supremacy South Heaven. However, the ancestral god weapon seemed to be aware of it. It dashed deep into the chaos with Hierarch South Heaven. The peerless saber could not care less. It tore the rift apart and charged into the chaos. Its ferocious aura dispersed the surrounding chaotic aura. Sigh. The little old man from the mountain and river cauldron let out a sigh. He too took a step forward and entered the chaos. Chapter 26-22. The gods of the 4 supreme sacred weapons had awakened, and the aura of the supreme path filled the entire world. The soaring dragon ancestral star, and even the entire soaring dragon star field, was shrouded by the aura of the supreme path. This was the power and terror of the supreme path. The 4 gods had already restrained themselves. Otherwise, the aura of the supreme path would have directly shrouded the entire human realm. At this time, the mountain and river cauldron and the ominous saber had joined forces to force Hierarch South Heaven and the ancestral god weapon out from the depths of the chaos. Rumble! The ominous saber emitted an unparalleled ferocious aura, causing the entire void of chaos to tremble violently. The black dragon's body was tens of thousands of miles long. A dragon claw that was larger than a mountain reached out from the chaos. An extremely ferocious aura erupted from the black dragon, causing all living beings in the world to feel terrified. Preposterous! Hierarch South Heaven roared. One wrong move and the whole game was lost. He shouldn't have let the gods of the ancestral god weapon make a move. Now, all four of the opponent's supreme sacred weapons had awakened. This was equivalent to the four supremes coming together. How could he fight them? At this time, Hierarch South Heaven even had the thought of dying. Fortunately, the purple gold divine sword was on the ground and didn't attack the ancestral god weapon. The three-boundary monument didn't seem to have any intention of attacking either. However, even if he was only facing the mountain and river cauldron and the ominous saber, he was already in serious trouble. At this time, the Eastern Sky Tyrant King, who was watching this scene from afar, was also terrified. This Gufei was really terrifying. He actually had four supreme sacred weapons. This was simply unimaginable. One should know that supreme sacred weapons were rarely seen in the human realm. For millions of years, not even one had appeared. However, now, four supreme sacred weapons had appeared in the hands of one person at the same time. Could it be that this person was blessed with great luck? Otherwise, how could he have so many supreme sacred weapons? In another direction, Ghost Emperor Fengdu was also watching all this with a solemn expression. The foundation that Gu Fei had displayed had also surprised him. Moreover, this little guy's cultivation seemed to have broken through the great sage, great mastery realm, but he hadn't truly entered the Saint Venerable realm. One person stirring up chaos in the world. Is he the one that Big Brother is talking about? Ghost Emperor Fengdu muttered to himself. His gaze became deep, and he seemed to see that figure that was even taller than the primordial divine mountain. There wasn't a single ancient supreme being who didn't use great divine abilities to predict the past and the future. Every single supreme being would leave behind some prophecies, and some things had already come true. However, the big brother of Ghost Emperor Fengdu only said one sentence. One person stirred up chaos in the world. At this time, the four divine tools of the Supreme Path had been revived at the same time. The impact of this was absolutely unimaginable. The entire mortal world was about to become restless. Nantian, how can you fight against me? At this moment, Gu Fei stepped on the cauldron of mountain and river and rushed into the chaos. Little brat, why are you here? The little old man rushed over. With a wave of his hand, he brought the mountain and river cauldron over and held it in his hand. Old man, you block that ancestral god weapon. I want to fight this traitor alone. Gu Fei's battle intent surged as he fixed his eyes on the South Heaven divine god. That's easy. The little old man had clearly refined the ultimate dragon essence that he had obtained from the divine palace at the bottom of the divine sea. Otherwise, how could he be confident that he could deal with the ancestral god weapon? Buzz. The mountain and river cauldron in the little old man's hand let out a buzzing sound. Then, 9 streams of primordial chaos chi rushed out from the cauldron and turned into 9 divine chains of the great path that wrapped around the ancestral god weapon. The ancestral god weapon seemed to have sensed a great threat. It did not dare to be careless. 8 trigrams appeared around the blurry figure, attracting the power of 8 powerful great paths. Rumble. The 8 trigram patterns transformed into a supreme divine Tao brand that sealed the space around them, blocking the 9 chaotic, primordial divine chains that were hurtling towards them. Roar! At the same time, the black dragon in the sky also made its move. It let out a long roar, causing the surging primordial chaos chi to scatter. The black dragon swooped down from the sky and turned into a peerless black divine saber, slashing at the void sealed by the 8 trigrams. Swoosh! With a soft sound, the space sealed by the 8 divinatory diagrams was directly cut open by the peerlessly fierce saber. A figure rushed out from the opening. An extremely powerful divine light wrapped around the figure and sent it into the deepest part of the primordial chaos. Little guy, go. The little old man waved his hand, and a mass of primordial chaos chi instantly wrapped around Gu Fei and brought him in the direction where the divine light had disappeared. Gu Fei could not help but rush into the deepest part of the primordial chaos. I didn't think you would really dare to chase after me. A cold voice was heard. A figure walked out from the primordial chaos chi. This person was Divine Lord South Heaven, who had entered the deepest part of the primordial chaos first. Humph, I didn't expect you to be the son of the ancestral god. The layer of primordial chaos divine light around Gu Fei dissipated. He walked out and regained his freedom. There are many things that you can't imagine, Divine Lord South Heaven said. Meanwhile, the little old man in the mountain river cauldron had already started fighting with ancestral god weapon. The peerless saber had backed off and did not really join forces with the mountain river cauldron against the ancestral god weapon. The aura of the extreme Tao continued to spread. Although Gu Fei and Divine Lord South Heaven had entered the deepest part of the primordial chaos, the aura could still be felt. The extreme Tao, the end of the Tao. Anyone who can reach that step is the most unimaginable existence in the world. Gu Fei was dumbstruck. He knew that as long as he didn't reach that step, he wouldn't know how powerful that existence was. Humph, you no longer have the chance to reach that step. Divine Lord South Heaven stared at Gu Fei with a ferocious glint in his eyes. A chilling, murderous intent spread from his body. He could not wait to kill this enemy in front of him. Is that so? Gu Fei smiled, although he had yet to break through to the sacred venerate realm. His cultivation was extremely close to it. He was confident that he could fight against Divine Lord South Heaven. He had a premonition that he might become a true holy venerate after this battle. Without the extreme Tao, sacred weapon, you're nothing. Divine Lord South Heaven pointed at Gu Fei and said excitedly, "If you didn't have the mountain river cauldron back then, you would have been able to defeat me." Divine Lord South Heaven continued, "Now that you don't have the extreme Tao sacred weapon, do you still naively think that you're a match for me? Stop dreaming." Divine Lord South Heaven grinned like a heavenly beast from the ancient era staring at its prey. "You're so full of nonsense. Just come at me if you want to kill me. What are you doing here?" Chapter 26-23. Die. Divine Lord Southern Heaven was enraged. He let out a furious roar as 9 rays of divine light emerged from his body and turned into swords of the great Tao that slashed at Gu Fei. The same move again. Are you out of tricks? Gu Fei moved. His body immediately emitted the sound of wind and thunder. Chaotic divine light emerged from his body as he swung his fist forward. Buzz! The void rumbled as a powerful chaotic force burst out from Gu Fei's fist, shattering the 9 swords of the great Tao. Gu Fei took a step forward and pressed forward. He reached out his hand and clawed at Divine Lord Southern Heaven's head. Chaotic Tao runes vaguely appeared on his hand. Whoosh! 2 rays of divine light shot out from Divine Lord Southern Heaven's eyes and pierced through Gu Fei's right hand. The 2 rays of saber light were extremely sharp and emitted the aura of the great Tao. The saber light that floated in the air was immediately destroyed by the 2 saber lights. Clang! The 2 saber lights that shot out from Divine Lord Southern Heaven's eyes slashed at Gu Fei's right hand, producing a metallic clang. What? Gu Fei could only feel a burning pain from the places struck by the 2 saber intents. He was startled, but he still tried to grab at Hierarch South Heaven. Divine Lord Southern Heaven quickly dodged. At the same time, his face was filled with astonishment. He did not expect his opponent's flesh to be able to block his attack. No one knew the power of the 2 saber lights better than Divine Lord Southern Heaven. The 2 saber lights were formed by the 2 divine runes in his eyes. The saber lights formed by the two divine runes were enough to destroy an artifact refined by a sacred venerate. Gu Fei's right hand was not severed by the saber lights. Was his flesh even stronger than a sacred venerate artifact? Divine Lord Southern Heaven could not help but be shocked. After forcing Supremacy South Heaven to back off, Gu Fei lowered his head and saw two cuts on his right wrist, with blood flowing out from them. This, Gu Fei could not help feeling startled. The two saber lights from his opponent's eyes could actually injure him. How was that possible? He found it hard to believe. One had to know that his martial body was already strong enough to contend against sacred venerate weapons. Ordinary sacred venerate weapons could not injure him at all. What divine ability is this? Gu Fei's expression turned grave. After all, this fellow was the ancestor god's son and had obtained the ancestor god's inheritance. He was much stronger than ordinary holy venerables. This divine power seemed to be similar to the sky demon's merciless slash. However, Gu Fei knew that this was definitely not the sky demon's merciless slash. The martial ancestor's inheritance is indeed terrifying. Your martial body is so powerful that it can resist my heavenly tribulation slash. Supremacy South Heaven said in a deep voice. Heavenly tribulation slash was a great technique of the divine Tao, and the might it revealed was absolutely shocking. It was said to be able to even slash apart heavenly tribulation, and it was a heaven-defying technique created by a supreme universe enlightened ancestral god. The sky demon's merciless slash and the ancestor god's heavenly tribulation slash were two great techniques that were equally famous in the distant past. At that instant, the two wounds on Gu Fei's hand rapidly healed and disappeared, as if he had never been injured in the first place. Humph! Gu Fei uttered a hollow laugh. He did not say a word as he approached Supremacy South Heaven. Each step he took caused the entire void to tremble vigorously. His aura skyrocketed, as if even the void could not withstand the shocking divine aura bursting out from his body. I'm going to steal your fortune. Supremacy South Heaven let out a roar and lunged at Gu Fei. At the same time, his figure turned blurry, as if he was about to merge with the surrounding void. A strange ripple instantly enshrouded Gu Fei. Following this, he felt a burning sensation in his body, as if the martial qi in his body was ignited and evaporated by a force. This, Gu Fei's heart shuddered. His opponent was planning to sacrifice him alive to steal his fortune. How detestable! Do you really think you can steal my fortune? Gu Fei let out a furious roar. He executed his martial arts to suppress the strange sensation in his body, blocking the force that was affecting him. Buzz. Following this, Gu Fei separated his hands, summoning a golden Tao sword in front of him. Kill. As Gu Fei waved his hand, the golden Tao sword immediately sprang forward and pierced the supreme god South Heaven on the other side. The formidable sword glow tore the rift apart. Supremacy South Heaven unleashed the power of his fortune, causing a vortex to emerge from his body, devouring the heavens and earth, devouring the golden Tao sword that Gu Fei had fired. The golden Tao sword shattered into pieces in the vortex. The powerful qi contained in the Tao sword was absorbed by Supremacy South Heaven's divine body, turning into his god force. Preposterous! Gu Fei was infuriated upon seeing this. He immediately executed the sky-engulfing hand. Boom! The rift trembled vigorously as a giant, chaotic hand appeared in the sky, slapping down at Supremacy South Heaven with a terrifying force that felt like it was going to crush the world. Slash. Supremacy South Heaven raised his head and glanced into the sky. Two runes appeared in his eyes. Buzz. The rift shuddered as the two runes in Supremacy South Heaven's eyes sprang out from his eyes. They turned into two crescent-shaped light blades that slashed at the giant chaotic hand slapping down from the sky. Supremacy South Heaven executed the heavenly tribulation slash once again. This time, the heavenly tribulation slash displayed its formidable power once again, slashing at Gu Fei's chaotic hand. A force of fortune burst out from the two saber intents, which left two huge holes in Gu Fei's sky-engulfing hand. Supremacy South Heaven soared into the sky and exited one of the holes. Slash again. Supremacy South Heaven yelled as the two saber intents continued to slash at Gu Fei. Boom! An extremely violent energy burst out from the void. Gu Fei had executed the Chaos Fist, which attracted the power of the great Tao of Chaos. What's going on? Supremacy South Heaven was taken aback. He could sense that the chaos force in the entire void was gathering toward Gu Fei's fist. It was definitely not a good thing for Divine Supremacy South Heaven, as they were currently in the Chaos Rift, where the chaotic force was boundless. Gu Fei had cultivated the chaos martial physique, thus he had the upper hand in this place. Chapter 26-24. Gu Fei was like the god of chaos descending upon the world. Every breath he took was able to trigger the great chaos force. Every move he made was able to summon a powerful force. He threw out a punch and sent the hierarch South Heaven flying. How is this possible? Blood flowed out from the corner of the hierarch South Heaven's mouth. His divine body had suffered a great blow. I'm free to use the great chaos force. Since you tried to kill me, I should be the one killing you instead. Gu Fei was very domineering. He took a step forward as a chaotic glow appeared under his feet. He instantly arrived in front of the hierarch South Heaven and threw out another punch. Bang! The hierarch South Heaven was sent flying once again. The deepest part of the chaos shook violently as the chaos chi surged. The great chaos force was too powerful. Even a divine path, sacred venerable, like the hierarch South Heaven, was suppressed by Gu Fei. How dare you? The hierarch South Heaven coughed out blood. He was both furious and shocked. A brilliant light burst out from the top of his head and turned into a wheel. Meanwhile, the hierarch South Heaven's heavenly tribulation slash had already been destroyed by Gu Fei. Even the heavenly tribulation would be shattered by such a powerful force, let alone the heavenly tribulation slash. This is... Gu Fei stared at the wheel above the hierarch South Heaven's head with a solemn expression. It was a wheel emitting a 9-colored, godly glow. An extremely powerful force of creation spread out from the roulette. Rumble! The chaos void trembled. A giant vortex emerged from the wheel, floating above the hierarch South Heaven's head and continuously devoured the chaos chi in the surroundings. The wheel refined the chaos chi into creation energy and replenished the vitality chi that the hierarch South Heaven had consumed. The vast creation energy surged down from the wheel and was absorbed by the hierarch South Heaven's divine body. Soon, the hierarch South Heaven's aura grew stronger again. Turn chaos into creation. Gu Fei was not in a hurry to attack. He stared coldly at the hierarch South Heaven. The wheel above the hierarch South Heaven's head was not simple. It must be a natal god weapon that the hierarch South Heaven had refined himself. You shouldn't have asked me to increase my combat power. The gaze of the South Heaven divine god turned incredibly sharp, like a bolt of lightning, preventing anyone from looking into his eyes. Humph. So what if I let you increase your battle strength? Gu Fei said indifferently. He was confident that he could defeat Supremacy South Heaven. Stupid guy. Supremacy South Heaven let out a hollow laugh. Meanwhile, the divine wheel of creation floating above his head continued to absorb the chaos chi and refine it into the energy of creation, which he continued to absorb. 9 divine patterns appeared on his body, radiating with an immortal divine light. This is confidence, not stupidity. Gu Fei said, Very well, I will send you on your way. Supremacy South Heaven waved his hand, summoning the divine wheel of creation into his hand. Come in. Supremacy South Heaven slapped the divine wheel of creation. A heaven-devouring force immediately burst out from the divine wheel and tried to devour Gu Fei. Countless divine patterns appeared on the divine wheel and intertwined with one another. An extremely powerful aura of a saintly venerate burst out from the divine wheel. This was the power of a peak saintly venerate. The chaos chi around Gu Fei was quickly devoured by it and entered the vortex on the divine wheel. Whoosh! Gu Fei reached out his hand with a smile and grabbed at the divine wheel of creation. His hand covered the space in front of him and blocked the devouring force from the divine wheel. What? Supremacy South Heaven was shocked. He immediately activated the divine wheel of creation. Boom! The divine wheel of creation vibrated as an even stronger divine force burst out from it. The chaos rift trembled as if it was about to split the world apart. Gu Fei's hand shook violently. It was almost knocked away by the divine force that burst out from the divine wheel of creation. The chaos hand vibrated as streams of chaos runes appeared on it, emitting a powerful aura of the great Tao that caused even the heavens to tremble. Kacha! The chaos hand grabbed the divine wheel of creation. The divine wheel of creation immediately let out a cracking sound. It was covered with cracks, as if it would shatter at any time. Supremacy South Heaven was shocked. His opponent's martial body was too powerful. It was even stronger than a peak saintly venerate's god weapon. Killing you won't be difficult, Gu Fei said coldly. He then shook his right hand. Bang! With a bang, the divine wheel of creation was crushed by him, and the fragments turned into countless rays of divine light that shot out in all directions. Supremacy South Heaven was the first to bear the brunt of the attack. His body was pierced by the fragments of the divine wheel of creation and was severely injured. How is this possible? Supremacy South Heaven was dumbfounded. He could not believe that the god weapon that he had refined for his entire life was shattered by Yi Futian's grip. He could not accept it. Bang! At this moment, Gu Fei's left fist had already smashed into Supremacy South Heaven's chest. The fist penetrated his body and came out from his back. Roar! Even if I die, I'll drag you down with me. Supremacy South Heaven went crazy. He grabbed Gu Fei and his entire body was set ablaze. A powerful destructive force was emitted from his body. You want to self-destruct. Gu Fei was shocked, but he was not afraid. So what if Supremacy South Heaven wanted to self-destruct? Boom! With a deafening explosion, the deepest part of the chaos hand collapsed and was annihilated. The terrifying destructive force that erupted directly wiped out the chaos hand. What happened? In the outside world, everyone was shocked. A terrifying destructive force was emitted from the deepest part of the chaos hand. Even the Eastern Sky Tyrant and the others were shocked. At that moment, the ancestral god weapon that was fighting against the mountain and river cauldron suddenly let out a cry. It forced the mountain and river cauldron back and broke through the layers of chaos chi, charging deeper into the chaos hand. Where do you think you're going? The little old man chased after it with the mountain and river cauldron in hand. Supremacy! South Heaven had fallen. In the battle against Gu Fei, he was forced to self-destruct by Gu Fei. Both his body and soul were destroyed. To think that a godchild would end up like this. Even though Supremacy South Heaven had self-destructed, he only managed to seriously injure Gu Fei. It was difficult for him to drag Gu Fei down with him. Gu Fei was severely injured. He kept coughing out blood. His body was almost destroyed by the destructive force that erupted from Supremacy South Heaven's self-destruction. Even his soul was affected. Supremacy South Heaven had fallen. The ancestral god weapon let out a cry and charged straight at Gu Fei, trying to kill Gu Fei. However, a figure suddenly appeared in front of Gu Fei. It was a mysterious person with a thin and small figure dressed in rags. This mysterious person had a head full of messy yellow hair. He was so skinny that he seemed to be wrapped in a layer of skin on top of his bones. Chapter 26-25 Supremacy South Heaven was the son of the ancestral god. His death almost drove the ancestral god weapon mad. It forced the mountain and river cauldron back and charged at Gu Fei. Gu Fei was on the brink of death. He no longer had the strength to dodge the attack. However, as the ancestral god weapon was about to reach him, a mysterious man suddenly appeared in front of Gu Fei and reached out his hand to grab the ancestral god weapon. This, Gu Fei was dumbfounded. The mysterious man was trying to resist the ancestral god weapon with his flesh. Was he out of his mind? The scene was too crazy. Gu Fei's eyeballs almost dropped to the ground. If the mysterious man was not out of his mind, he must be the strongest existence in the legends. This man, suddenly a thought crossed Gu Fei's mind. He immediately felt a chill rising from the bottom of his feet to the top of his head, causing him to shiver. At that instant, the old man in the form of the mountain and river cauldron let out a strange cry, as if he had seen a ghost. He immediately turned around and fled, disappearing into the chaos chi in the blink of an eye. "It's you! How is this possible?" The ancestral god weapon that had almost gone mad suddenly came to its senses when it saw the mysterious man. It immediately stopped in its tracks. The mysterious man reached out his hand and grabbed the ancestral god weapon. He fiddled with it in his hand. Meanwhile, the god in the ancestral god weapon was trembling as if it was afraid of the mysterious man. It did not dare to attack the mysterious man. Could it really be? When Gu Fei saw this scene, he was even more dumbfounded. Even the ancestral god weapon was afraid of this person. Could this person really be that legendary person? The ancestral mountain of the god tribe had been summoned away by the mysterious man. The god tribe that came out of the hell realm had all disappeared. Gu Fei had seen the mysterious skinny man in the past. Even though it was only a brief glimpse, the mysterious man's appearance had already been imprinted in his heart. This person was originally a dried-up corpse drifting in the void of primal chaos. However, for some unknown reason, his body, which had already lost its vitality, was now brimming with life again. Sleeping for billions of years, the world has turned into mulberry fields, the mysterious man said with a sigh with his back to Gu Fei. "My lord, I didn't mean to offend you. Please forgive me for the sake of my master," the ancestral divine weapon's god said in fear. "Go." The mysterious man spoke. Then the ancestral divine weapon flew out from his hand, breaking through the layers of primal chaos chi, and disappeared into the distance. At this moment, somewhere high up in the sky, a figure hidden in the clouds suddenly revealed a look of disbelief. Then his body began to tremble. How is this possible? He has returned. This person was precisely Heavenly Emperor Ziyang. The battle between Gu Fei and Hierarch South Heaven had caused a huge commotion. Celestial Monarch Ziyang naturally came to spectate the battle after hearing the news. However, he didn't expect the mysterious person to appear out of nowhere. Celestial Monarch Ziyang sensed it. At this moment, a figure stood silently in the depths of the chaos. He did not give off any presence at all, but all the Supreme Saint weapons retreated in shock. This shocked Gu Fei to the extreme. A single person stirring up chaos in the world. The martial ancestors' words have come true. The mysterious man's back was still facing Gu Fei. He murmured to himself with an ancient voice. "Say, Senior," Gu Fei said with a trembling voice. "Isn't the world chaotic enough?" The mysterious man seemed to have seen through the heavenly secret. He ignored Gu Fei and took a step forward, instantly disappearing before Gu Fei's eyes. Gu Fei was speechless for a long time. What kind of existence was he to be able to intimidate the Supreme Saint weapons? That mysterious man had made him feel suffocated. A single person stirring up chaos in the world. What does that mean? Gu Fei murmured to himself. Meanwhile, the auras of the 4 Supreme Saint weapons were withdrawn. The god armaments returned to the Saint weapons and flew into the depths of the chaos, entering Gu Fei's body. Was it really him just now? In the distant sky outside, Heavenly Emperor Zi Yang's expression was uncertain. The power of heaven's wrath had disappeared. The changes in the 3 realms and 6 paths had finally appeared. Creatures above the sage level were no longer bound. Could it be that those people were also beginning to return? Heavenly Emperor Ziyang thought of many things. He had already achieved Tao in the ancient era when there were many experts. Moreover, he had once followed the supreme Tao ancestor and knew many secrets of the world. The eastern sky, tyrant monarch, also seemed to have sensed the abnormality coming from the depths of the chaos. However, even with her cultivation, it was difficult for her to sense the existence of the mysterious man. At this moment, Ghost Emperor Fengdu's expression suddenly changed. He directly broke through the void of heaven and earth and stepped in, disappearing high up in the sky. At this time, the mysterious ghost palace of Fengdu welcomed a mysterious guest. It was a mysterious man with a small and skinny figure. He directly appeared in the ghost palace of Fengdu and then appeared in front of the divine palace in the sky. The mysterious man waved his hand, and an item immediately flew out of the ghost palace of Fengdu. It was a Tao platform with a seal left by Ghost Emperor Fengdu. The mysterious man only used his right hand to gently wipe the Tao platform. The seal left by Ghost Emperor Fengdu was immediately erased. Countless runes dissipated in the void. The 3 realms and 6 paths are still not chaotic enough. The mysterious man directly sat cross-legged on the Tao platform and then disappeared in the void. He did not alarm any ghost cultivators in the ghost palace of Fengdu. When Ghost Emperor Fengdu's figure appeared in the ghost palace of Fengdu, the mysterious man had already left. Ghost Emperor Fengdu rushed into his divine palace. Very soon he rushed out again. Could it be that person has really returned? Ghost Emperor Fengdu muttered to himself. His expression became incomparably solemn. At the same time, in the depths of the eastern domain's sky market, where the Tao platform appeared in the past, a Tao platform silently appeared in the void. A skinny figure sat on the Tao platform. This person's back was facing all living beings, giving off a feeling of endless vicissitudes. Boom! The next moment, the Tao platform under the mysterious man's buttocks suddenly released endless immortal Tao divine light. Countless immortal Tao runes emerged from the Tao platform. A resplendent pillar of light soared into the sky and broke through the void of heaven and earth. It directly turned into a passage that extended into the endless darkness. Very soon, a worldly aura came from the passage that the divine light broke through. The mysterious man used a great divine ability and opened a passage between heaven and mortal with the Tao platform left by the supreme Tao ancestor. Chapter 26. In the East region sky, Ruin, someone had opened up a passage between heavenly and mortal realms. It was an ancient path to heaven that had been reopened by someone with a great divine ability. When the news spread, the entire cultivation world of the Tonglong continent was in an uproar. The ancient path to heaven, the legendary ancient path to heaven, had long collapsed. But now, someone had reopened the ancient path to heaven. Who had such a divine ability and arcane energy? Some people guessed that it was Ghost Emperor Fengdu, because someone had sensed the aura of the sky-piercing altar. Only a peerless figure who controlled the sky-piercing altar could repair the ancient path to heaven. The sky-piercing altar was the key. Back then, it was not a coincidence that the sky-piercing altar had appeared in the depths of the sky ruin. It was as if there was a mysterious force pushing it forward. The reopening of the ancient path to heaven had a great impact on the entire ancestral dragon star. One should know that the heaven realm was a place that only appeared in legends to the cultivators who came to this world after the desolate era. The news of Gu Fei killing Hierarch Southern Heaven was not as shocking as the news of the ancient path to heaven. The reappearance of the ancient path to heaven had attracted everyone's attention. Even those super antiques who had just woken up from their slumber jumped out. Everyone was very cautious about the reappearance of the ancient path to heaven. For a moment, no one dared to set foot on the path. However, everyone knew that this was only temporary. Once one person successfully set foot on the path, there would be a second, a third, and thousands of others. At this moment, the aftermath of the battle between Gu Fei and Hierarch Southern Heaven had greatly affected the East region. There was only one outcome for all traitors: death. It was not the first time for some people to betray Gu Fei. During the rebellion in the ocean, Gu Fei could only kill the leader, but this time he would no longer be merciful. Being merciful to one's enemy was being cruel to oneself. After the rebellion of the Southern Heaven Divine Sovereign, Gu Fei had come to understand the meaning of the saying, "A person's heart was revealed in times of adversity." Those who did not betray Gu Fei despite being threatened by Hierarch Southern Heaven were Gu Fei's true friends and brothers. Hierarch Southern Heaven was decisive in killing. He was a formidable character of his generation. Back in the ocean, he was already on par with Heavenly Monarch Xiang and the unaging Demon Child. He dominated an area and became one of the 3 overlords of the ocean. Such a person would never be as merciful as Gu Fei. Those who refused to submit to him were all killed by him. As for the 13 great bandits who had managed to escape the calamity, Supremacy South Heaven would send out experts to hunt them down. Sometimes he would even hunt them down himself. Zhuge was the only one among the 13 great bandits who had survived the pursuit of the South Heaven Divine Highness. One could easily imagine what had happened to the others. That being said, there were quite a few who managed to escape. After Gu Fei defeated Hierarch Southern Heaven, there was no need for them to hide anymore. Gu Fei gathered his old subordinates. After the chaos in the ocean, almost all the major tribes were wiped out. Eldest Brother Wu and the others were killed by Gu Fei right away. When Gu Fei gathered his remaining subordinates, he had the urge to vomit blood. Hierarch Southern Heaven was too ruthless, killing all those who were loyal to him. Apart from the Iron-Blood Taoist, there was not a single sacred realm cultivator among the remaining subordinates. The only quasi-sacred realm cultivator was Zhuge, and the rest were cultivators who were not even immortal gods. In other words, almost all the people that Gu Fei brought back from the ocean had been wiped out. As such, the happiest ones were obviously the Dongfang clan, followed by the Primordial Desolation Zhao clan and the restless demons in the Eastern Demon Cave. However, the battle prowess that Gu Fei displayed made everyone's hearts palpitate. With the 4 Supreme Saint weapons in Gu Fei's hands, it was definitely enough to intimidate all the other forces. Supreme Saint weapons were not ordinary Saint weapons. To a certain extent, Supreme Saint weapons were alive. They were a different kind of life form with their own consciousness. If one wanted to touch Gu Fei's people, they would first have to deal with Gu Fei's Supreme Saint weapons. Even an existence like Ghost Emperor Fengdu would have some reservations if he wanted to touch Gu Fei. While Gu Fei was gathering his old subordinates, there was one person who was extremely anxious. This person was Ghost Emperor Fengdu, because a person, or to be more precise, a person who was supposed to be dead had appeared in his ghost palace of Fengdu. In the ghost palace of Fengdu's ghost palace, a thin figure was sitting on a throne. His withered body was so thin that only skin and bones remained. His dry, yellow hair was messily draped over his shoulders, covering his face. You actually opened the path to heaven. This ghost Emperor Fengdu, who was high and mighty, actually became fearful in front of this person. If others were to see this scene, their eyeballs would definitely fall to the ground in shock. This is not in line with the plan. Ghost Emperor Fengdu continued. The 3 realms and 6 Daos are undergoing unexpected changes all the time. I'm just making everything that is about to happen in advance. A hoarse voice rang out. But the time has not come yet. This Ghost Emperor Fengdu wanted to say more. However, the person sitting on the throne waved his hand and interrupted him. All right, I will bear all the consequences. You all go do what you need to do," the mysterious person said impatiently. Ghost Emperor Fengdu didn't dare to say anything else. He then bowed to the mysterious person on the throne and left. After leaving the divine palace, Ghost Emperor Fengdu looked back and sighed. His face revealed a helpless expression. This was truly an incomparably powerful existence. No one knew that an existence that even Ghost Emperor Fengdu had to carefully serve had appeared. After the ancient road to heaven appeared, all the experts on the soaring dragon ancestral star turned their attention towards it. The heaven realm used to be so far away from them, but now the heaven realm was no longer so unreachable for all the cultivators on the soaring dragon ancestral star. However, no one was willing to be the first to step on this legendary ancient road. There were many legends about this ancient road. It was definitely not an easy task to truly ascend to the heaven realm. In the distant past, it was unknown how many heroes had fallen on this ancient road. In order to open up this ancient road, ancient sages and sages advanced wave after wave, killing until the heavens and the earth cracked. Even a piece of the heaven realm collapsed and fell from the ancient road to heaven. Legend had it that at the end of the ancient road, there were unimaginable living beings obstructing those ascending to heaven. The heaven realm was boundlessly vast. There were forbidden areas that had yet to be explored. In those areas, there were unimaginable living beings. Some people speculated that the exit of the ancient road to heaven in the heaven realm was in those forbidden areas. Chapter 26-27 The Ancient Path to Heavens. When Gu Fei learned about the ancient path to heavens, he immediately thought of the mysterious man. It was most likely that the mysterious man was the only one who could open the path to heavens in the human world. Who exactly is that mysterious man? Could it really be that man? As a matter of fact, Gu Fei had already guessed something, but he was unable to confirm it. Various signs indicated that the mysterious man was most likely one of the ancient 9 heavens, and 10 lands. The ancient 9 heavens, and 10 lands were undefeatable existences in the 3 realms and 6 paths. No one knew what had happened in the past, but even these supreme existences had gone missing. What Gu Fei was sure of was that those who had disappeared might reappear. However, Gu Fei had no time to waste on the ancient path to heavens. His priority now was to look for Heaven Monarch Ziyang, the Unold Demon Child, and the others. His disciples, the Red Dragon and Yao Yu, had been saved by the Unold Demon Child and the others. They had saved quite a number of people too. Besides, Li Lingfeng was Gu Fei's first senior brother after all. He had escaped after being severely injured by the South Heaven Sacred Lord, so it was unknown if he was still alive. Gu Fei sent out all the people he could, and he himself also went out personally. However, it was as if Heaven Monarch Ziyang and the Unold Demon Child had vanished into thin air. Gu Fei could not find any trace of them even after searching the entire eastern region. Wansheng City was an ancient city in the eastern region, but it had now become Gu Fei's territory. The second city of the eastern region was half destroyed, thus Gu Fei had no choice but to shift his focus to Wansheng City. He stayed there for the time being to gather his old subordinates. The Wansheng City used to be an ancient city under the Dongfang clan's control, but it was now under Gu Fei's control. In the city lord's mansion, Gu Fei was at his wits' end. Heaven Monarch Ziyang and the Unold Demon Child must have escaped. Otherwise, they would have returned after hearing the news. Li Lingfeng was also nowhere to be found, just like the immortal demon child and the others. After the battle against the South Heaven supremacy, the gods and the 4 extreme Tao sacred weapons gradually fell into a deep sleep, leaving Gu Fei speechless. After the great battle, Gu Fei also felt the shackles on his cultivation start to loosen. He had the urge to enter closed-door cultivation to break through to the holy Venerate realm. However, he couldn't go into seclusion at this time. He was surrounded by powerful enemies. If Gu Fei wasn't in Wansheng City, the consequences would be unimaginable. Although the iron-blood Taoist was also a saint, the power of heavenly wrath had vanished. Any one of the old fogies who'd been slumbering to this day could easily defeat him. Only existences like the unaging demon child and heavenly Emperor Xiong could serve as a deterrent to the major powers. Buzz. On this day, Gu Fei's body suddenly emitted a buzzing sound. A purple gold godly sword was floating in his inner world, constantly buzzing and tearing through the sky. The purple gold godly sword seemed to be very restless. The gods and the other three extreme Tao sacred weapons were not restless. They were all in a deep sleep, praying to recover to their peak condition. However, the god in the purple gold godly sword was an exception. It kept waking up from its deep sleep. The purple gold godly sword was a supreme Tao sword. It was a supreme Tao weapon refined by the legendary supreme Tao ancestor, the sword of the supreme Tao ancestor. When the mysterious person appeared, he did not take away the purple gold godly sword, which made Gu Fei pay attention to it. Rumble! Just when Gu Fei was at a loss of what to do, someone finally couldn't help but step onto the ancient road to heaven from the depths of the East Region's sky market. There was no unknown, terrifying existence descending. The person who stepped onto the ancient path to heaven was an old man who didn't seem to have much lifespan left. They couldn't wait for such an existence because they no longer had the time to wait. They could only step onto the ancient path to heaven. As the old man's figure disappeared from the ancient path to heaven, all the cultivators who saw this scene were shocked to the extreme. Unfortunately, nothing bad happened. Seeing that there was no danger on the ancient path to heaven, almost everyone was incomparably excited. The legendary heaven realm was the holy land that all the experts yearned for. Not long after the old man stepped onto the ancient path to heaven, more than 10 figures rushed up and directly stepped onto the ancient path to heaven, wanting to reach the heaven realm in one step. After those 10 people stepped onto the ancient path to heaven, they did not encounter any danger. This made the older generation cultivators surprised and happy at the same time. Even the old antiques were tempted. The heaven realm was a boundless heaven and earth that was more stable than the human realm. What the experts yearned for the most was that the heaven and earth law in the heaven realm was flawless. This kind of heaven and earth was the easiest to give birth to supreme experts. In the distant past, the ancient desolate world was also a flawless heaven and earth. However, in the later stages of the ancient desolate era, a great change occurred. The ancient desolate world collapsed and gradually formed the human realm. After the ancient desolate world collapsed, the heaven and earth law became incomplete. This kind of human realm could not give birth to supreme experts. The ancient desolate world collapsed. The grand Tao was incomplete. In the human realm, no matter how heaven-defying one's physique was, one would not be able to become a supreme expert. Those old antiques who had been in slumber for countless years were very clear about the human realm's situation. Only by entering the heaven realm would they have the hope of becoming supreme experts. However, those old antiques were still observing. In the next few days, people continued to step onto the ancient path to heaven, heading towards the legendary heaven realm. However, on the 10th day, the cultivators around the ancient path to heaven suddenly discovered that there was a rain of blood on the ancient path. What happened? Could it be that this is an ominous sign? The legend is real. Everyone was shocked to the extreme. Blood rain on the ancient path to heaven was too strange. Could it be that this rain of blood was caused by those who stepped onto the ancient path to heaven before? Those who stepped onto the ancient path to heaven all met with misfortune. What's going on? Above the clouds, a few silhouettes stood. Standing at the front was a black-robed young man. This black-robed young man was none other than Gu Fei. The ancient path to heaven had appeared. Such an important matter, it was impossible for him not to come and take a look. Blood on the ancient path to heaven was definitely not a good thing. It was definitely an ominous sign. However, no one knew what was happening on the ancient path to heaven. Gu Fei was very curious. There were definitely dangers on the ancient road to heaven, but as for what kind of dangers there were, it was the most interesting thing. Humph! A cold snort could be heard. A silhouette walked out and directly stepped onto the ancient path to heaven. A powerful Saint Realm chi was emitted from this person's body. This was a white-haired old man, and he was also a sage. Chapter 26-28. An old saint stepped onto the ancient road to heaven. This was definitely a major event, attracting the attention of countless people. This old saint's cultivation base was definitely powerful. One should know that he was an ancient saint who achieved his Tao in the desolate era. At that time, the Tao of heaven and earth was flawless. Those who achieved their Tao back then were definitely much stronger than those who achieved their Tao now. The desolate era collapsed, and after countless years, it evolved into the current human realm. Since then, the heaven and earth had flaws. The void was not as stable as the desolate era. After that ancient saint stepped onto the ancient road to heaven, nothing strange happened. However, half an hour later, a furious roar resounded from the ancient road to heaven. Following that, a golden rain of blood fell from the sky. Everyone was shocked to the extreme. The golden rain of blood emitted a powerful saint chi. It was the chi of the old saint who stepped onto the ancient road to heaven. The old saint has fallen. Everyone couldn't believe it. One should know that that was an ancient saint, incomparably powerful. In the current human realm, he could definitely rule over a region. However, such a powerful ancient saint had actually fallen. This was hard to accept. Even an ancient saint had died on the ancient road to heaven. Wouldn't the other cultivators be courting death by stepping onto the ancient road to heaven? The death of the ancient saint had shocked everyone. Even the other ancient saints hesitated at this moment. There were unknown dangers on the ancient road to heaven. The golden rain of blood fell from the ancient road to heaven. That was the blood of a saint. At this moment, the surroundings of the ancient road to heaven became silent. All the living beings were silent. Some powerful figures retreated. Some were not in a hurry to step onto the ancient road to heaven. Master, could this ancient road be a trap? Iron Blood, Taoist, voiced out his doubts. The ancient road to heaven is not easy to walk on. How could it be so easy to ascend to the heavens? Gu Fei looked at the ancient road in front of him. His expression was somewhat solemn. Since that person had opened the ancient road to heaven, he shouldn't have used it to kill experts from the human realm. However, it was an indisputable fact that there were unknown dangers on the ancient road to heaven. Let's go. The heaven realm is not as good as we thought. After saying that, Gu Fei turned around and left. Iron Blood Taoist and Zhuge Liang exchanged glances and hurriedly chased after him. What they didn't know was that Gu Fei had been to the heaven realm before. The heaven realm was vast and boundless. Experts were as common as trees in a forest. Various forces fought against each other. At this time, the heaven realm should be in chaos. Rumble! After Gu Fei left with the Iron Blood Taoist and the others, the entire ancient heaven ascension road suddenly shook. A terrifying aura came from the other side of the road. What happened? The cultivators near the ancient road to heaven were shocked. Could it be that an unknown creature is about to charge over from the other end of the heavenly road? Someone exclaimed. The aura coming from the other end of the ancient road to heaven was extremely violent, as if a terrifying ancient heavenly beast had awakened from a deep slumber. Roar! A terrifying roar resounded from the other end of the ancient road to heaven. The entire ancient road seemed like it was about to collapse. On the ancient road, there were sparkling white bones and scarlet flesh falling. Is there really a terrifying beast guarding the other end of the ancient road to heaven? All the cultivators who witnessed this scene were shocked. Countless experts stared at the ancient road in front of them. However, what they were worried about did not happen. The violent aura gradually retreated. The terrifying existence on the other end of the ancient road to heaven did not charge over. At this moment, Ghost Monarch Fengdu's figure silently appeared in the distant sky. What does that lord want to do? The creatures in the forbidden area are taboo existences. They're not something that ordinary saints can deal with. Could it be that lord wants to make a move on those mysterious forbidden areas? Ghost Monarch Fengdu muttered to himself. In this world, there were many places that immortals and mortals could not set foot in. Those who dared to intrude into those places, whether it was an immortal or a god, would not be able to walk out from those places. Since ancient times, the forbidden areas in the 3 realms and 6 Tao had always existed. As for what kind of mysterious creatures were in those forbidden areas, no one knew. Perhaps only those supremes who had disappeared would know the truth of the forbidden areas. If that's really the case, Ghost Monarch Fengdu sighed. No one could change the decision of that lord. At least he could not change it. Then Ghost Monarch Fengdu glanced at the ancient road to heaven and disappeared in the void. Some super old antiques seemed to have thought of something and directly retreated. Anything that was related to the forbidden areas would cause misfortune. The fall of the ancient saints made all the creatures who wanted to ascend to heaven stop. Before the situation was clear, no one was willing to take the risk. At this time in the heavenly realm, Eastern Earth, in the ruins of the moon deities, baleful aura soared to the sky. Terrifying figures were faintly discernible in the midst of the Yin Qi and baleful aura. Roar. Terrifying roars came from the depths of this place from time to time. In the depths of the endless Yin Qi and baleful aura, there was an ancient city floating in the void. In the ancient city, a figure was faintly discernible in the void. Someone has returned and communicated with the immortals. Does this mean that they are going to make a move? In the ancient city, such words were heard. A peerless figure flashed and disappeared in the Yin Qi. The entire ancient city was once again shrouded in Yin Qi. However, in the endless aura of death, there was a faint vitality. Extreme death could extend vitality. The divine spring of life between heaven and earth was born in this way. In the ancient city, there was a powerful existence who wanted to reverse life and death. At this time, the heavenly realm was not peaceful, just as Gu Fei had guessed. The demon race was in internal strife, and countless experts had fallen. Although the old turtle took action, the result was a Pyrrhic victory. Such an ending was not what the old turtle wanted to see. On the other hand, Little Qing and the others who followed Old Tortoise grew stronger through countless life and death battles and became the strongest of the demon clan. Experts who grew up in this way were the real experts. In the demon race's ancestral court, the old turtle was still laughing and cursing. He was still good at using underhanded means. Shao Qing and the others were brought out by him, so they naturally learned from him. The descendant of the sky demon was unexpectedly smashed to death by the old turtle with the Tai Huang seal. Such a way of death was too unjust. However, the sky demon had more than one descendant. The dragon had 9 sons, and the Tai Huang had 9 sons. The sky demon did not fall behind. The sky demon had 13 descendants, and they were called the 13 demon emperors. The other demon emperors were still in hiding. The demon emperor that was smashed to death by the old turtle with the Tai Huang seal was the 3rd son of the sky demon. The internal strife of the demon race was temporarily calmed. Chapter 26-29. Boom! A supreme aura suddenly erupted from the depths of the West Dark Ocean. Terrifying energy, ripples spread in all directions. At this moment, all the experts in the heaven realm could feel this ripple. This was definitely a night that made the experts of the 5 regions of the heaven realm restless. There's a change in the West. What's going on? The experts of the 5 regions were incomparably shocked. Some of them immediately rushed out from their cultivation grounds. With a step, they tore through the sky and headed towards the extreme west of the heaven realm. The region occupied by the human race was actually only a small part of the endless heaven realm. The majority of the regions in the heaven realm were still unexplored and unknown. In the extreme west, there was a forbidden region. It was a sea shrouded in deathly chi. This sea region was one of the famous forbidden regions of the heaven realm, the West Dark Ocean. The West Underworld Sea had existed for countless years, and there were unimaginable creatures in it. Even if a saint were to barge into this sea, he would be devoured by this sea. Fortunately, these mysterious life forms had never left this forbidden region. Otherwise, the human race would be in great trouble. In the distant past, the supreme beings of the heaven realm wanted to flatten the forbidden regions of the heaven realm. In the end, a shocking war occurred. After the war, the forbidden regions still existed. At this time, a supreme immortal aura spread out from the West Dark Ocean. It was as if a supreme Tao ancestor had descended upon the West Dark Ocean. Immortal light soared into the sky. An ancient path appeared in the depths of the West Dark Ocean. Roar! Terrifying roars came from the West Dark Ocean. Some unknown life forms were alarmed. A terrifying, deathly chi spread out, causing huge waves to rise in the calm West Dark Ocean. I can sense the aura of the human world. Many experts of West Earth came to the West Dark Ocean. Someone said such words. That is, in the depths of the West Dark Ocean, immortal light and deathly chi interweaved. The two powers were clashing and canceling each other out. It was difficult for them to truly fuse because they were two opposing powers. Within the immortal light and deathly chi, an ancient path made of white bones was faintly discernible. Could this be the legendary heavenly mortal ancient path? Some of the old monsters of West Earth were incomparably shocked. Even though they couldn't see clearly, that ancient path seemed to be similar to the legendary heavenly mortal path. One must know that in the distant past, the heaven realm and the mortal world were connected by the heaven's path. However, when the great desolate world collapsed, the heaven's path was also destroyed. From then on, the heaven realm and the mortal world were separated. However, in the heaven realm, there was a legend that the heaven's road would reappear. The great calamity back then caused the great desolate world to collapse. But the heavenly realm was not affected that seriously because the main battlefield was in the great desolate world. After the heavenly mortal realm was isolated, the experts in the heaven realm could not descend to the mortal realm. No one knew about the situation in the mortal realm until countless years passed and the heavenly Tao platform appeared. Only then did the path to the heavenly mortal realm open temporarily. But now the heaven's road had appeared again, and it appeared in the forbidden zone. He actually appeared in the forbidden zone? How could this be? Outside the western underworld sea, there were powerful figures roaming about. The originally peaceful West Earth became bustling with activity. Experts who received the news kept descending to West Earth. Outside the West Netherworld Sea, experts gathered. The Emperor Xian of the Eastern Earth is here. A chariot rolled through the sky, and on it stood an incomparably powerful figure. The aura of the divine Tao emanated from him. 9 beams of divine light appear behind that person, and everyone felt a great pressure. It was as if a boulder had suddenly pressed down on their chests. Emperor Xian's cultivation seems to have increased by quite a bit, one of the old-timers muttered. The Emperor Xian of the Eastern Earth was an overlord. Right now, the entire Eastern Earth was under the control of Emperor Xian. Only the ancestral land of the golden-eyed divine ape clan hadn't been conquered by Emperor Xian. Besides that, Emperor Xian of the Eastern Earth could truly be said to be the supreme ruler of the Eastern Earth. The ancestral land of the golden-eyed divine ape clan wasn't so easily conquered. It had to be known that this clan had once produced a supreme existence. To Emperor Xian of the Eastern Earth, this clan was definitely a huge problem. It had to be known that the golden-eyed divine ape Yuan Hong was Gu Fei's brother. Yuan Hong was in seclusion in the ancestral land of the golden-eyed divine ape clan, and he still hadn't emerged. However, Emperor Xian of the Eastern Earth knew that the day Yuan Hong emerged would be the day the Eastern Earth would be in chaos. Moreover, in recent years, various strange phenomena had been occurring in the ancestral land of the golden-eyed divine ape clan. The divine ape that had been in seclusion showed signs of emerging. Emperor Xian of the Eastern Earth had many enemies, and the demon clan was one of them. It had to be known that the old turtle and Gu Fei were brothers who had gone through life and death together. However, internal strife had occurred in the demon clan, and the old turtle had to quell it. He had no time to deal with Emperor Xian of the Eastern Sky. Now that the old turtle had basically quelled the internal strife of the demon clan, he could deal with Emperor Xian of the Eastern Earth at any time. Just as Emperor Xian of the Eastern Earth appeared outside the Western Underworld Sea, a figure directly attacked the Eastern Earth, breaking through 18 heavenly passes in a row, and with irresistible force, killed his way to the front of Emperor Xian of the Eastern Earth's heavenly palace. Kill! An immortal general rushed out of Emperor Xian's heavenly palace. He held a divine halberd in his hand, and directly hacked at the head of the person who had killed his way to the front of Emperor Xian's heavenly palace. Humph! The person was wearing battle armor. With a flip of his right hand, a black rod appeared in his hand, and he directly raised it to block the attack. Clang! Sparks flew everywhere as the immortal general's halberd collided with the man's black rod. An ear-piercing sound of metal colliding rang out, and then the halberd in the immortal general's hand was split in two. His hands that held the halberd were drenched in blood. What? The immortal general coughed out blood and hurriedly retreated. His hands were almost broken by the power of the black rod. However, although the immortal general retreated quickly, the person was even faster. With a single step, the person instantly caught up to the immortal general. He directly swung the black rod in his hand and ruthlessly smashed it on the head of the immortal general. Not only did the head of the immortal general explode, but the violent force also shattered the body of the immortal general. This person was extremely domineering. With just one strike of his staff, he had killed an immortal general under the East Earth immortal emperor in both body and soul. Eastern Earth's Emperor Xian, what a great name. Could it be that his subordinates are all a bunch of useless good-for-nothings? The person held the black rod in his hand, and his demonic chi soared up to the sky. A huge green dragon could be faintly seen on his body as he shouted towards the Emperor Xian's heavenly palace. His voice echoed throughout the entire Emperor Xian's heavenly palace. Who exactly are you? An aged voice rang out from the Emperor Xian's heavenly palace. Humph, this daddy will never change my name or my surname. This daddy is a general under the demon lord, Shaoqing. Chapter 2630. Shaoqing broke through 18 heavenly passes in a row and directly killed his way to Emperor Xian's palace, causing the entire Eastern Earth to shake. The demon lord didn't come personally and sent you here to die. An old voice came from within Emperor Xian's palace. Then a figure directly walked out of the Emperor Xian's palace. It was a middle-aged man wearing a purple crown and a purple robe with 9 immortal lights revolving around his body. When Shaoqing saw this person, he couldn't help but be startled. This person was actually the Eastern Emperor Xian. How was this possible? Didn't the Emperor Xian of the Eastern Earth go to the Shiman Ocean? Did you think that I went to the Shiman Ocean and wanted to take advantage of the emptiness here to cause trouble? Said the middle-aged man. With every step he took, a Tao light appeared beneath his feet as if he was walking on the Grand Tao. His voice was incomparably old, but his appearance was that of a middle-aged man. 3 strands of long beard fluttered in front of his chest. He was tall and thin and had the demeanor of a transcendent being. Shaoqing was truly moved. He seemed to have thought of something, and his expression became somewhat unsightly. This Emperor Xian's incarnations are not something you can imagine, said the middle-aged man proudly. Humph! Back in the chaotic world, the one that was killed by my demon lord should be your incarnation, said Shaoqing. He should have thought of this long ago. After all, when he returned from the chaotic world to the heaven realm, he was shocked to find that the Eastern Emperor Xian was still alive and well. At that time, The third son of the sky demon took advantage of the fact that the old turtle was not in the heaven realm to suddenly rise in revolt and wanted to replace him as the demon lord of the heaven realm. After the old turtle and the others returned from the chaotic world, they were busy quelling the chaos and had no time to pay attention to the Eastern Emperor Xian, Yuan Gu. Losing a few incarnations doesn't matter to this Emperor Xian. Since you don't know what's good for you, this Emperor Xian will first collect some interest from the demon race. East Immortal Emperor Yuan Gu said disapprovingly, "Only a guy as timid as a mouse would hide behind and not dare to show himself. Such a guy actually dares to call himself Emperor Xian." Shao Qing said disdainfully, "Provoking me won't do you any good." As the primordial Emperor Xian pressed forward, a wave of extremely sharp sword qi erupted from his body. The surrounding temperature dropped rapidly under the impact of the sword qi. Around Emperor Xian's palace, there were powerful figures looming. They were the powerful generals guarding Emperor Xian's palace. "I'm afraid you have teeth." Shao Qing sneered and swung the black rod in his hand at Emperor Xian. A powerful wave of energy immediately erupted from the black rod. The entire space shook when Shao Qing smashed the rod forward. Rumble, a series of pitch-black spatial cracks appeared in the surrounding void. Even the stable void of the heavenly realm had cracks appearing in the void. "That stick of yours," the primordial Emperor Xian's eyes suddenly lit up as he stared at the black rod falling from the sky. At the same time, a wave of immortal Tao energy spread from his body. When the black rod in Shao Qing's hand was about to hit the primordial Emperor Xian's head, Shao Qing felt his hand become lighter. The black rod that he had smashed down slid to the side. Shao Qing was taken aback. At that moment, the primordial Emperor Xian made his move. He pointed a finger, and an extremely sharp sword qi immediately rushed out of his finger and pierced Shao Qing. 9 secrets of the immortal Tao. Shao Qing quickly took a step to the side. Runes appeared under his feet, and he dodged the sword qi from the primordial Emperor Xian. Roar! Shao Qing roared and quickly changed his move. The black iron rod in his hand swept at the primordial Emperor Xian's waist. The black rod moved quickly in the void, stirring up a strong wind. There was a faint explosion in the void. The power of the rod was not small. However, what shocked Shao Qing was that his opponent had no intention of dodging his ferocious attack. A strange wave of immortal Tao energy spread from his opponent's body. The black rod in Shao Qing's hand was shifted away by the immortal Tao energy that erupted from the primordial Emperor Xian's body. Chaos Reversal Secret Art. Shao Qing couldn't help but be moved. He naturally knew the ins and outs of the primordial Emperor Xian. In the past, when the old turtle killed the primordial Emperor Xian's clone in the primordial world, he used a soul-searching technique on the clone and read the memories of the primordial Emperor Xian's clone. From the memories of the clone, he obtained the Chaos Reversal Secret Art and the Void Reversal Secret Art of the 9 secrets of the immortal Tao. At the same time that the primordial Emperor Xian shifted Shao Qing's black rod, the primordial Emperor Xian also attacked Shao Qing. A dazzling flying immortal sword light bloomed between his hands and pierced toward Shao Qing. He had used the flying immortal sword's terrifying killer move. Each of the sword lights was powerful enough to cut down the stars in the sky and split the void. Humph! Shao Qing sneered and disappeared on the spot. His entire body seemed to have melted into the void around him. Even his aura disappeared. The flying immortal sword light that the primordial Emperor Xian had unleashed immediately lost its target. Preposterous! Yuan Gu, the celestial emperor of the East, was both shocked and furious. He also disappeared into the void. The 2 powerhouses fought in the void. Their figures appeared from time to time in the void, causing a deafening explosion. Bang! Boom! Little Qing continued to fight head-on with immortal Emperor Yuan Gu, causing incomparably shocking sounds to erupt. The void was constantly shattering, and the world was shaking. Bang! A figure flickered and Xiaoqing fell out of the void, a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. However, he was still full of fighting spirit. He held the black rod in his hand and looked coldly at the primordial Emperor Xian, who was walking out of the void. "You're dead today." The primordial Emperor Xian stared at Xiaoqing confidently. "Is that so?" Xiaoqing smiled and didn't say anything else. At the same time, he used the Ascension secret technique, one of the 9 secrets of the immortal path. Roar! Little Qing raised his head to the sky and roared. 9 demon marks appeared on his body and his strength soared. A terrifying energy fluctuation erupted from his body. The primordial Emperor Xian sensed the changes in Xiaoqing's body and couldn't help but be moved. Kill! Xiaoqing's long hair fluttered wildly as he attacked the primordial Emperor Xian with the black rod in his hand. He had the power to pierce a hole in the sky. Chaotic! The primordial Emperor Xian didn't dare to be careless. It should be noted that Xiaoqing's power had soared to a level that even he couldn't help but be moved. Even the chaotic secret technique might not be able to move the rod away. In the face of absolute power, even an undefeatable secret technique created by an ancient supreme would be shattered by such power without any suspense. Swoosh! The primordial Emperor Xian's figure suddenly disappeared, and he dodged Xiaoqing's rod. The next moment, he appeared above Xiaoqing's head and stretched out his hand to slap at Xiaoqing's head. So fast, little Qing was taken aback. She raised her staff to block the attack. Bang! The primordial Emperor Xian's palm hit the black rod in Xiaoqing's hand. The violent and powerful force shook Xiaoqing down from the sky. If he hadn't used the Sky Ascension secret technique, he wouldn't have been able to hold the black rod tightly and would have been sent flying. Even so, blood still seeped out of Xiaoqing's hand. His hands that were holding the black rod were cracked and blood was seeping out of the wounds. "Let's go!" Xiaoqing immediately crushed a jade talisman given to him by Old Tortoise. A ball of demonic light immediately shrouded him, and he immediately crossed the void and left this place. What? The primordial Emperor Xian of the East had never thought that his opponent would retreat just like that. By the time he reacted, Xiaoqing had already disappeared. Damn it! The primordial Emperor Xian roared. His opponent had already escaped, and he couldn't chase after him even if he wanted to. After a while, the primordial Emperor Xian returned to the Emperor Xian's palace. The Emperor Xian's palace was suspended above the celestial city. It was the place where the primordial Emperor Xian issued his orders. When the primordial Emperor Xian returned to the Emperor Xian's palace, the immortal soldiers and generals outside cheered. Tens of thousands of miles away, little Qing directly fell out of the void and landed on a short mountain. He felt a lingering fear in his heart. The reason why the celestial emperor of the Eastern Earth was able to control the Eastern Earth and become a hegemon was not because of luck, but because he had the cultivation base and strength to dominate an area. Primordial Emperor! Xiaoqing glanced in the direction of the celestial city's Emperor Xian's palace, then turned around and left. It was no small matter that the primordial Emperor Xian had so many incarnations. It should be known that if the real body of the primordial Emperor Xian couldn't be found, no matter how many incarnations were killed, it wouldn't pose a threat to the primordial Emperor Xian's life. Xiaoqing found a city nearby and left the east with the help of the transportation formation platform. Then he returned to the demon race's ancestral court. The primordial Emperor Xian can actually have thousands of incarnations. The old tortoise was also shocked when he heard the news. The primordial Emperor Xian that he had killed in the past was definitely an incarnation. It was really outrageous. The primordial Emperor Xian was too cunning and cowardly. It was definitely not an easy task to deal with such a person. One should know that no one knew where the real body of the primordial Emperor Xian was, so there was no way to start. Just when the heavenly world was about to descend into chaos, the human world also welcomed a great change. especially with the disappearance of the heavenly wrath and the reappearance of the ancient road to heaven. I haven't found them yet. In the Eastern Domain in the Wanxiang City, Gu Fei said to the Iron Blood Taoist in a somewhat anxious tone, there was still no trace of the Red Dragon and the others. The Anold demon child was a demon race, Saint Sovereign. Moreover, he had the black tortoise seal. If he wanted to hide, no one would be able to find him. Continue to search until you find them. Gu Fei directly ordered the Iron Blood Taoist. Yes, the Iron Blood Taoist accepted the order and left.